Okay, Mr. Rose, if you can check your camera and mic for us, and we'll go ahead and rename you for the meeting.
All right, hope you can see me and hope you can hear me as well.
We can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty, do you want to go ahead and wait for board member Sharon? Or should we go ahead and get started?
He is in the process of logging on, and we can give him about 30 seconds or so.
Okay, that'd be great. And then if everybody else could turn their cameras on, and then right when Adam gets here, we'll get rolling.
Okay, board member Sharon, if you can check out your camera and mic, make sure they both work.
Does my mic work?
I can hear you just fine.
And see me?
Scroll down. There you are. Okay, we can see and hear you.
All right. Sorry, running to get to the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
That's okay. Hey, and then Warren, can you turn your video on? You're the only one missing.
I've just sent him a quick message.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can't see you. Can't see you.
Yeah. I've been disabled. I've tried several times. In fact, my iPad says cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. So
Let's take a look here. Off.
Yeah, sorry about that. When if your camera's on and we turn it off, you don't have the ability to turn it back on without us. 1 second.
Okay. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, maybe you might need to log out and log back in.
fine.
I don't
Right.
have an I don't have an option of.
Vice Chair, you should be able to do it now.
Do it now.
All right, we're all here and gathered, and everybody's on video, which is fantastic. So it's what is it? 4:33. So I'd like to call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Design Review Board to order on June 3rd. And then I'm going to read while we're in this virtual setting. Due to the provisions of the governor's executive orders N2520 and N2920, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act and the order of the health officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Design Review Board will be participating via Zoom webinar. Members of the public can participate in the meeting virtually. The meeting ID is 948-0971-1719, or you can call in toll free 877-853-5257 and enter the meeting ID as I've read it. You can access the meeting via Zoom link. You can provide public comment on the agenda items, and any additional information is listed on the city website. The meeting will also be live streamed on the city's website and also can be viewed on Comcast Channel 28 and also on the city's YouTube channel. So Patty, can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, let the record reflect that all board members are present.
Excellent. So did everybody get a chance to look at the May 20th, 2021 minutes? I submitted a change to Patty just because something seemed out of order that there was a recess perhaps after I left. That was the only change I saw. So with that, no other comments. Let's enter the minutes into the record. Okay, hang on. All right. So at this time, we'll entertain any public comment from the public about items germane and relevant to this board's purview, but not on items that are on our agenda for this evening. So is there any member of the public wishing to speak to the board at this time for items not on the agenda for today?
Chair Weigel, we have, it looks like 36 people in attendance. I'm not sure how many are public, but no hands raised at this time. So if anyone would like to speak, if you raise your hand, if you have an item that's not on the agenda. Okay, I don't see any raised hands.
Yeah, seeing no raised hands, we will close public comment at this time. Moving on to item 4, board business. I'm going to read our purview and our description from the zoning code. Zoning code chapter 2052.030F project review. The review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project within the city's design guidelines, architectural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements, e.g. city policy statements and development plans. So I think something is of note in our, from the zoning code here. The design review board does not have purview over land use. We do not have purview over certain elements of CEQA dependent, but I believe the items we have for review tonight, we do not have authority over their CEQA documents at this time. Either they've already been passed or there is no CEQA documentation. And then also, I think one other thing that we don't have purview over would be, something like an appeal to the city council or something like that. So just wanted to remind everyone, the public, that of what we do have purview over. Do we have any board member reports for this evening? Seeing none, we'll go to department reports. Bill.
Thank you, Chair Weigel, board members. Good evening. No specific reports for tonight. I just wanted to mention a little bit regarding tonight's agenda. We do have 2 items. As you heard the recording secretary indicate, we have a number of people in attendance. We don't know how many will choose to speak, but we will be implementing a 3-minute time rule for public speakers. And we would just ask the board members, as well as we've said previously in other meetings, if you hear comments that are things that you agree with, you could just reiterate your support of those in an effort to keep the meeting moving along efficiently tonight. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Weigel.
Yes, thanks. Interim Deputy Director Rose. Another reminder for the board, just to tack on to what Bill said, keep your comments brief if possible. And then if you've heard something that somebody else has stated, just don't go down a rabbit hole on that one. I know sometimes we have a tendency to do that. And then also, just as a reminder to the public, again, the 3-minute rule, but it's items germane and relevant to our purview. So please keep that in mind when you're making your public comment, germane and relevant to our design review purview. So moving on, statements of abstention on items 8.1 and 8.2. Anybody?
Yes, Chair Weigel, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, I will be abstaining from item 8.2 because I've had previous association with the applicant.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself there. Okay, so moving on then to item 8.1, which is a public hearing for Santa Rosa Farm Group Cannabis Cultivation Facility, design review major at 800 Yolanda Avenue, file number DR 17-078. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Acting Supervising Planner Triple to give us the staff presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Weigel, and good afternoon, members of the Design Review Board. Chair, if you're able to hear me, just give me a thumbs up. I would appreciate that. Thank you. I'll go ahead and share my presentation. So this afternoon's presentation is
Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Chair Weigel, I'm not certain if you did an ex parte disclosure on this.
Oh, I forgot. You're correct. My apologies.
All right,
We
thank
do
you.
need to do ex parte disclosure on this item since it is a scheduled item. I did not have any ex parte communication aside from an email from the applicant's law firm, I believe, and I think everybody got that. Did anybody else have any other communication with the applicant?
I got an email and a text conversation with the law firm associated with the project too. We didn't even discuss the project. It was just hoping that I received the email. That's all.
Okay, so sorry about that. I forgot. We've been on a run of concept reviews. It seems I always forget the ex parte disclosure there. So Andrew, your turn now. Thanks.
okay, great. No worries. Thank you. So we're still good sharing my presentation. All is in order. Excellent. Well, we'll go ahead and get started then. Thanks again. This is major design review, preliminary design review for the Santa Rosa Farm Group Cannabis Cultivation Facility located at 800 Yolanda Avenue. And I am Andrew Triple, the project planner for this project. So the requested entitlement this evening is a preliminary design review for development of an approximately 116,000 square foot industrial building, which would be developed for cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing laboratory cannabis land uses. Brief project history. In May of 2017, pre-application neighborhood meeting was held, as well as concept design review was conducted. In November of 2017, project applications were submitted. The project did go through an extended planning review process, and in April of this year, 2021, was brought before the Planning Commission. On April 8th of 2021, Planning Commission adopted the initial study mitigated negative declaration CEQA document for the project, as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and it approved a major conditional use permit to allow the cannabis land uses as proposed, as well as the site plan that has been proposed for this project. And then at the end of May, we provided public hearing noticing for today's public hearing. So the project is located on the southwest corner of Yolanda Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road. Current site development is a mixture of a residential and light industrial type of development. Approximately 1/3 to 1/2 of the site is currently developed with some portions of undeveloped areas. The general plan land use designation is light industrial or light industry, and the zoning is light industrial. I would like to point out here that we do see a great example of how this Yolanda Avenue light industrial district extends down along Yolanda Avenue to Petaluma Hill Road. What is a bit unusual for our light industrial districts is that this one in particular does on both the north and south sides abut residential land uses, as well as for this project in particular, there are residential land uses to the east of the project across Petaluma Hill Road. So we zoom in a bit more closely on the land use and zoning aspects of the project. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, the city's design guidelines, and other applicable city requirements. The site and building designs reflect the project's location in an area designated as light industry on the general plan land use diagram. And this designation is intended to accommodate light industrial, warehousing, and heavy commercial uses. The proposed development is in compliance with development standards pursuant to zoning code chapters 20-24 for light industrial zoning districts, as well as chapter 20-46, which is the city's comprehensive cannabis ordinance. So this is the proposed site plan that was approved by Planning Commission in April. And here we can see the locations of proposed development, parking areas, circulation, as well as those undeveloped areas that would remain. Here's the site plan overlaid upon a current aerial image. And again, we see how the undeveloped areas would be retained for approximately 50% of the site. The design and layout of the proposed development would not interfere with the use and enjoyment of neighboring existing or future developments. The site plan does include 2 entry points on Yolanda Avenue that will avoid unnecessary vehicle stacking for employees entering from the east. And a parking analysis prepared by Fair and Peers in August of 2019 concluded that while the zoning code requires 120 parking spaces for the use, the 85 parking spaces proposed and approved on the site plan would be adequate to accommodate the estimated peak parking demand for the project of 75 spaces. And so a parking reduction was approved by the Planning Commission in April. I think that this is consistent with comments provided by the Design Review Board in 2017 during concept design review, when Design Review Board recommended that the zoning code required amount of parking was more than sufficient and could be reduced. And so here we have proposed development overlaid on the site plan. The proposed development would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. The site is in an area that is designated for light industrial and commercial uses. It's surrounded to the north and west by similar commercial industrial areas, and to the east and south by undeveloped land designated for residential uses. The project is required to comply with the city's noise ordinance and all outdoor lighting ordinance, and all utilities and emergency services are available to this site. Here we have some renderings of the proposed building design. In the upper left-hand corner, a view from Petaluma Hill Road. Then we move to the upper the upper right-hand image, which is from Yolanda Avenue. And then the lower images are both from Yolanda Avenue and then from within the site itself. The architectural design of the proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding industrial area, in that the modern industrial design will enhance the design aesthetic of the existing commercial and industrial development in the Yolanda Avenue Light Industrial District. The building setback, rear wall design with limited fenestration, and the boundary wall with landscaping ensure compatibility with the residential uses adjacent to the project site. Here we can see a rendering of the building height and massing showing its location relative to the general area. The design of the proposed development will provide a desirable environment for its occupants, visiting public, and its neighbors through the appropriate use of materials, texture, and color. It would remain aesthetically appealing and would be appropriately maintained. And it is appropriate for the use and location of the proposed development and would achieve the goals, review criteria, and findings for approval as set forth in the framework of design review, in that the modern design of the industrial building is unique to Santa Rosa. These next several slides will reflect the floor plans of the interior of the building and really demonstrate why the building exhibits a limited amount of fenestration, which does reflect those cannabis uses, predominantly the cultivation use within the building. The ground floor area has the office spaces, employee use spaces and such. We also have the lab, a small warehouse, and then the manufacturing, drying, trimming, and distribution land use areas. The floors 2 and 3 are similar in that they are essentially cultivation areas, and the applicant will go into more detail there. We can see here these grow rooms that are located on floors 2 and 3. And then finally, the landscape plan. Pursuant to the tree preservation and mitigation report prepared by Horticultural Associates in 2017, the total trunk diameter of trees to be removed is 675 inches. Per the requirements of the city's tree ordinance, a total of 225 15-gallon trees would have to be replanted as mitigation for the approved tree removal. Coast redwood native trees represent about 414 inches of the total trunk diameter of trees to be removed. And so at least 138 of the 225-gallon or of the 225 15-gallon trees are required to be coast redwoods. And this condition is included in the approved conditional use permit that was reviewed by Planning Commission. There is an equivalency metric that can be used such that the 15-gallon trees could be combined to plant larger size trees, 24-inch, 36-inch, 48-inch, and such box trees if desired by the applicant. The applicant could also opt to pay for a portion of the mitigation requirement by contributing $100 per 15-gallon tree to the city's tree fund for replanting of trees on city properties. So the condition of approval does require that the applicant, as the landscape plan is finalized and the project moves forward to building permit, that the applicant submit a tree replanting program proposing the replanting options, and that could include some mitigation in the form of payment. So as I mentioned, a CEQA document was adopted by Planning Commission. It was a mitigated negative declaration, and it did include mitigation measures related to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, soils, hazardous resources, and hydrology resources. And this is a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for which compliance will be required and will be checked against the project as it continues through the development process. I would also like to note here, we did have a concern expressed about the approval of new development during a period of water shortage. And the city's process related to addressing the water shortage is to review its water usage. We have plans in place for water usage and that do address drought conditions. And as at this point in time, the city has not implemented any extraordinary steps to address the drought conditions. So all project issues have been resolved. I do want to note for the Design Review Board that there is a condition of approval on the conditional use permit, that the conditional use permit shall be valid for a 4-year period. Typically, all of our entitlement approvals are valid for a 2-year period. And so if the permit has not been exercised within 48 months following the date on which the permit was granted, then the approval would automatically expire and be invalid unless an application for extension was filed prior to the expiration. This is not included on the Design Review Board resolution, preliminary design review resolution before the board this evening. However, if the board chooses to add that as a condition of approval, then staff is happy to provide that language when a motion is made to adopt the preliminary design review resolution. With regard to neighborhood comments, a variety of comments have been received throughout the process, ranging from the neighborhood meeting in 2017 and then through the CEQA document review process, and then Planning Commission and in fact up to today. In general, concerns expressed included the loss of neighborhood tranquility, the potential for increased risk of crime or violence due to the land use, loss of privacy and aesthetics, odor, groundwater contamination, potential for increased fire risk, a potential for decrease in property values, and a preference for two-story development as opposed to three-story development. Some of these comments shown reflected here on the slide do apply to the land use that was approved by Planning Commission, but Design Review Board may want to take them into account as it considers the design review today. Additionally, we received
Andrew,
comments. Yes.
Since we're sitting on this real quick, can you just go over which one of these items is specifically related to the land use, just so everybody can understand? I know we may want to include them, but I think it's important to understand which ones of these are specifically related to land use.
Sure. So I think concerns about the loss of neighborhood tranquility, in that there is development of the site and then the uses that were approved for the site. Development of that site for industrial uses would increase the level of activity that throughout the area, and then of course the increased risk of crime and violence that's perceived to be related to cannabis uses. The loss of privacy and aesthetics from the implementation of security measures, I think, spans both. As the project seeks to implement perimeter fencing and security checkpoints and such, there is an aesthetic component and to those operationalization of those security measures that might be considered by the Design Review Board today. And then the preference for two-story as opposed to three-story development, I think that's more how the design of the building at that height successfully addresses the proposed development. While the land uses were approved at those square footages, I don't believe it would be under the purview of Design Review Board today to take on the height of the building as a discretionary consideration. There are, in comments received from the public, some other considerations that Design Review Board will want to consider. One member of the public commented that it was initially proposed as an industrial farm style building and didn't prefer the changes to the design that were proposed today. And also, there were concerns expressed by a couple members of the public about the exterior lighting and the potential impact that it would have on the neighbors to the south, even though the lighting, outdoor lighting, would be required to comply with the city's outdoor lighting ordinance, in that there cannot be any glare on adjacent properties. They have to stay within the maximum requirements for light bleed onto adjacent properties and such. A couple of the comments suggested that more of a downward focus of exterior lighting could help to minimize lighting glare, as well as perhaps reducing the height of the lighting from 15 feet to a lower height so that there would be less of a glow impact upon the adjacent residential uses. Additionally, one comment was mentioned and identified a discussion at the neighborhood meeting where the applicant in the neighborhood had engaged in conversation about retaining the water feature to be maintained or reconstructed on the site. This is not proposed in the current project, and planning's position on this is that that was a non-binding discussion on the project. However, a Design Review Board may want to take this comment into account and bring that up as an item for discussion and review. And then finally, there was a comment related to tree plantings and the line of coast live oaks proposed along the southerly rear line of the property to provide the screening. The member of the public mentioned that coast live oaks are notorious for getting sudden oak death syndrome. and requested that the board consider another species of evergreen tree. All of those comments have been shared with you. They were provided earlier as late correspondence, summarized for the record today, but then also the comments themselves are included in the project's public record. And so with that, it is recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Design Review Board approve preliminary design review for the Santa Rosa Farm Group cannabis facility new construction at 800 Yolanda Avenue. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant, including the applicant's design team and legal counsel, are available and would like to offer a presentation and be available for questions as well.
Thanks, Andrew. So let's take it back to the board here real quick. Do we have any questions of staff at this time? Anybody have questions of staff? Just raise your hand if you got questions. Henry, let's go with you.
Yeah, Senior Planner Triple, can you tell me about Planning Commission's action on the areas of the site that are designated as undeveloped? Is that a restriction that's been placed on the perpetuity of the use, or is it any use that came along those areas would be designated as undevelopable because of wetlands, or if you could please explain that to me?
Sure, sure. And that's a great question. Thank you. Those areas that are designated as undeveloped are specific to the site plan. So there is no other regulatory body that's restricting development of those areas. The CEQA document does also use the same site plan, and so it does identify those areas as undeveloped. Should development be proposed in the future, then it would be subject to a discretionary action, and CEQA review would be required for future development. But there's nothing under the current project, there's no overarching regulation that would prohibit development of those areas identified as undeveloped.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I know I could look it up, but you probably have the data at your hands really quick. The IL zoning maximum height is 50 feet?
55 feet.
55
Correct.
feet. All right, great, thank you.
The project was originally proposed at 50 feet. Obviously, at this point in time, decisions have not been made about mechanical systems and such that might be roof mounted. And so the applicant, prior to, as we were entering into the final stages of planning review, asked if it could modify the proposed project to extend that height to 55 feet in the event that there's roof mounted mechanical equipment that would require screening or such.
All right. Any questions of staff from the remainder of the board? Just raise your hand for me. Seeing none. I did want to point out that I think this is important for everybody to understand. The Planning Commission's approval from April included the approval of the mitigated negative declaration, correct? It also included the odor mitigation plan, the certified odor mitigation plan, the tree preservation plan, and also the, I've lost it here. No, that was it. Those are the three big things that I was looking for. So that was all approved by the Planning Commission and therefore is part of the entitlement that already exists as approved for this site, correct? Okay, cool.
Right, sure, that is correct. The one thing I would add with regard to the tree mitigation is that the applicant does still need to submit a tree replanting program in addition to its landscape plan that would be submitted as part of the building permit. So to inform that tree replanting program, especially since we have members of the board who are landscape architects, would be great to be informed by today's review, so that as staff looks forward to evaluating that tree replanting program, we are informed by comments from today.
Thank you.
I think, and Chair,
Go ahead.
I also need to point out that the design details for the various accessory structures, there's a couple of kind of security structures at the entry points to the site, as well as a utility building. Design details are not provided by the current application. So what staff would suggest is that the design review board consider conditionally approving and provide staff with guidance for future review of those buildings as they come in as part of the building permit application.
Perfect. Thank you. Adam, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair Weil. Yes. Excuse me, Andrew.
Sure.
I wanted to follow up just to clarify that in terms of the tree mitigation and tree replanting, you're specifically looking for some comments on and recommendations upon species and diversity. So staff can be informed going down the process.
That's correct. The landscape plan does propose tree plantings.
Yep.
And so certainly evaluation of the landscape plan would be appropriate during today's preliminary design review. But then also perhaps to respond to the comment from the member of the public who was concerned about the use of coast live oak trees along the southerly rear border of the property. So I think that design review board's consideration of both would be appropriate today.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren, did you have a question? You're muted, Warren.
My pardons. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, Andrew, in the proceedings of the 2017 concept review, there were minutes taken. I believe they were forwarded on to the applicant. It was in regard to comments from the board that time, back in 2017, regarding aluminum, the use of aluminum siding. I just want to make sure those got to the applicant in their efforts.
They did, and attachment 13 of your meeting packet does include the applicant's response to those comments that were recorded in the minutes of the 2017 concept review.
Okay.
So I think if you're feeling or seeing that they weren't fully addressed, then the applicant team is here today, and that would be a great question for them.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I guess if we're done with question, go ahead, Adam.
Yes, thank you. And just one further question. I'd been looking for specific language just to, and this is a question for staff then. It's not related to the coast live oaks, but the coast redwoods. There's a fair amount of replanting of the redwoods, and in the resolution, there's language saying that at least 138 of the 15-gallon trees must be coast redwoods or a suitable alternative. I'm just wondering, why must it be the coast redwoods?
Because the coast redwoods are heritage trees. And so our policy is to, for removal of heritage trees, is to seek to replace heritage trees with heritage trees.
But there also is the language, or a suitable alternative.
Correct. Sometimes, right. Sometimes we find that, the environment where a heritage tree is located that's being removed, it's just not a suitable environment for replanting. And that's especially, I think, the case that we see with the coast redwoods.
Exactly.
They're, as you well know, they're very challenged in the urban environment. So there we do look for those alternatives that would be more appropriate. So the code gives us The tree ordinance gives us that flexibility.
Okay, excellent. I wondered, I was hoping or was wondering if what latitude there would be with that, because, of course, as you've mentioned, while they are native to the area, they're not necessarily native to the microclimate, specifically of the Santa Rosa Plain. And it's been brought up in some of the public comments about climate change and drought and water usage, whether or not they're the most appropriate species to be replanting. There are plenty of other heritage trees that could be replaced. So there is language for that as well. Okay, just wanted to get a little clarification on it. Thanks.
Okay, so if we're done with questions of staff, I'd like to move on to the applicant presentation, and then we'll go to public comment.
Hey, Chair
And then
Weigel.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to do the applicant presentation, and it looks like they're already have speaking privileges, right, Patty?
Correct. Yeah, I was just going to mention they can unmute at any time.
Perfect. And then, but so just so everybody knows, we're going to let the applicant speak. Then we're going to go to public comment before we have comments, questions and comments of the applicant, and then potentially entertaining a motion. I thought that might be a little more expedient for everybody. So let's turn it over to the applicant.
Great. And Chair, I will be controlling the applicant's presentation today. So Danny, Frank, and James, when you're ready for me to change slides, just go ahead and let me know, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Weigel and members of the Santa Rosa Design Review Board. My name is Frank Lynn. I'm the architect for the project. I'm hoping that my comments won't overlap too much with what Andrew already told you, but he did a fantastic job explaining the project to you. Next slide. The project proposes a total of 4 structures on the site. The primary building is a 3-story vertically integrated cannabis growing, cultivating, processing, and manufacturing building. The top 2 floors are identical and are comprised of 4 5,500 square foot growing rooms, approximately a total of 45,000 square feet of growing area. The growing areas are supported by seedling nurseries and drying rooms. The upper floors are accessed by 2 large freight elevators. The nature of the activities require that the temperature and humidity of the spaces are kept within close tolerances for the best crop outcomes and consistency of the product. In the growing rooms, the lighting and watering is tuned and timed to mimic both diurnal and seasonal rhythms. The ground floor houses an operations office, employee break and changing areas, a lab, a kitchen, and an 11,000 square foot cannabis processing area. Receiving and distribution is conducted via double-wide truck loading bay on the east side of the building. Although the building is 3 stories high, the overall height of 55 feet to the top of the parapet is just adequate to permit the high bay space preferable for efficient operations, while also screening rooftop equipment and solar panels. The second building on the site is a utility building for incoming power. This building will also support a chiller plant and pumping station to support the air handling equipment in the main building. A small gatehouse is located at each entrance to the site and will be architecturally integrated into the design of the boundary wall. Per the CUP, the total number of parking spaces on the site will be 85, excluding loading spaces. 3 ADA parking stalls are located close to the building entrance. A minimum 20-foot wide driveway encircles the building, providing fire truck access to all sides. And the site entrance gates are separated by approximately 300 feet to meet the fire department separation requirements. Along Yolanda, a 27-foot deep dedication along the entire 700-foot north property line is being provided for street improvements in line with the City of Santa Rosa's master plan. A combination of trees, shrubs, and drought-tolerant ground cover is proposed for the landscape areas. Trees will be more densely planted on the south property line to soften the project and eventually screen it completely from the neighboring developments. As previously mentioned, the upper floors of the building are windowless due to the nature of the activities, security, and to limit overlooking of the residential zones. The upper two floors are wrapped in an architectural aluminum panel designed to reflect the character of the soft and prominent rolling hills visible to the east of the site. We're a little out of sequence.
Sorry.
I'm 3 slides back, I think. Go back one more. Let's see. The utility building, you can see the utility building on the left side here. The utility building, also a solid block, is set back from the new property line by 80 feet and will be partially screened by the boundary wall and landscape strip. And now you can go to the next slide. The screen perimeter wall is designed to provide an aesthetic and functional response to the conditions presented around the site. On the south and west, it will be a solid 8-foot-high masonry wall. On the north and east, the wall is designed to provide a measure of transparency while still meeting the need to maintain a secure perimeter. A combination of solid and open metalwork permits continuity of the landscape. Next slide. So this slide shows a group of enthusiasts visiting the undeveloped area, which is a natural habitat. In the background, the ground floor of the building features a mural artistically depicting the seasons of Santa Rosa. Next slide. With some unsettled weather approaching from the west, this slide shows the continuation of the fence on the east, coming around to the east side of the site. So you're looking from Petaluma Hill Road. It also shows the dense tree line along the south property wall, which we were just discussing. Next slide. Employees are seen here checking results of the lab tests. In the background, the cantilevered entry of canopy covers the entry portico into the only visitor area of the building. The processes in this building are very secure and can only be, the areas of the building can only be visited by employees, our staff of the building. So there's just one part of the building where outside people would visit, and that would be to the administration office. That's right there at the entrance. And finally, the next slide. As mentioned earlier, the material palette is relatively simple. The building will have an understated elegance and largely anonymous, since there is no real public contact, and it is preferred that the nature of the business is not advertised. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Do we have any other commentary from the applicant team aside from the design architect?
This is Jim Pugh. I'm legal counsel for Santa Rosa Farms. And I just want to reiterate one item that relates to the entitlement term that staff brought up originally. So due to a variety of circumstances, COVID, economic recovery, et cetera, the Planning Commission approved a 48-month term to exercise the entitlement. And as I'm sure the Design Review Board knows, you have a 24-month in your code initial approval, but can also provide an extended term. What we'd ask is if you could respectfully match up to the 48-month entitlement term, so both run concurrently. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more commentary from the applicant team, at this time I'd like to turn it over to members of the public wishing to speak on this item specifically. So Patty's going to bring up a screen that's going to have a little clock on it, and then we're going to run through, if a participant would like to speak, please raise your hand so that the host and the recording secretary can acknowledge you, grant you permission to unmute yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So again, the comments should be relevant to this project, and they should be relevant to our review of this project. And so let's go to public comments. So if there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this project, please raise your hand at this time so you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair Weigel. We're taking a look at the list here and don't see any raised hands yet. So give a little time here. There are a lot of people on. So if anyone would like to raise their hand and speak to this item, we can unmute you.
And while we're waiting for that, Patty, did we have any voicemails come in on this project?
No voicemails that I know of.
Okay, we just had the email correspondence that was included in our packet.
Correct.
It's included. Okay, perfect.
Okay, Chair Weigel, we're not seeing any raised hands at this time.
Okay, so seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment on this.
One hand just.
Yeah, there we go. See, look at that. That's how that works, right? The minute you close it, they're ready to talk.
Yeah.
It's all good. So Patty, it looks like his name is John Papas.
Correct.
Yeah. So if when you're unmuted, Patty's gonna unmute you. Please state your name and your proximity to the project, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I live on the south end of this project in the neighborhood of Harvest Park, and I'm just curious how the mitigation on the sound, because I know there's going to be quite a bit of power needed to provide the lights and the grow in the facility. I noticed a separate building on the design that, I don't know if it's a generation plan or whatever, but what is the decibel level going to be of this place? And am I going to be hearing this thing at night? I mean, I know it's light industrial, but all the projects on that side for light industrial is actually, they don't operate 24/7 like this facility is going to operate. So as far as the public is concerned on our side of me living in this neighborhood, am I going to be hearing this thing on a 24/7 basis?
Well, if you're, you have 2 minutes left to make any other comments. If you're done, that's cool, and we'll put that in our back pocket and ask the applicant to answer that once we close public comment. Okay.
I mean, I guess the only other thing I have is I didn't realize it was going to be 55 feet tall, but which actually is going to alleviate some of the views of some of the South End neighborhood overlooking at Taylor Mountain and so on and so forth, since we live over here. But the odor, I'm just wondering to comment on the odor and, mitigations in the future when we start having issues with how the winds are going and the smell and the sound. Is this something that's going to be addressed by the city?
We'll get those questions answered for you, Mr. Pappas.
Okay.
So are you finished with your comment?
I think I am. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thanks so much. Is there anybody else wishing to speak at this time?
Chair
Seeing
Weigel, excuse me. Yeah, Chair Weigel, not seeing any raised hands at this time.
Okay, seeing none at this time, I'd like to close public comment. And I think we can get Mr. Pops's questions immediately answered, either by staff or the applicant. So the first question is odor. And if you guys could maybe reference the odor mitigation plan, and then also probably sound was covered in the conditional use permit as well.
Sure, I can go ahead and speak fully to the odor mitigation requirement. And then I'll lead off on compliance with the city's noise ordinance, but then ask the applicant team to talk about locations of mechanical equipment as well as any power that's generated on site. I know they're doing water reclamation and such, and what might be the purpose of that accessory structure utility building. With regard to odor mitigation, the city's comprehensive cannabis ordinance does recognize the potential for odor nuisance resulting from cannabis land uses. Therefore, all cannabis land uses are required to submit an odor mitigation plan that effectively mitigates the odor to a level undetectable outside of the building. So, and that's done through a variety of carbon filtration systems, usually through the HVAC system that's installed. I guess the cross check on that to know that that odor mitigation plan is being effective is through reports of odor being emitted or detected by persons in the surrounding area. So if someone is concerned about odor or believes that the site is releasing odor and is not in compliance with the comprehensive cannabis ordinance, then the appropriate next step would be to contact code enforcement about the potential issue. And so that is a basic compliance component for all of our cannabis land uses. And then the second, with regard to noise, the project is required to comply with the city's noise ordinance, which is contained in the environmental protection titles of the city code. So they would be required to mitigate any noises resulting from the project to levels as described for the land use and for adjacent land uses. I believe in general, we could characterize that level as being a conversational level at the property line. So I would invite the applicant to talk further about some of the use of mechanical equipment and their plans for how to mitigate potential noise nuisance.
This is Frank Glynn again. So I'd just like to point out that we were very cognizant of the fact that we're right next to a residential neighborhood. And because we were concerned about any noise nuisance from our building, we specifically located the utility building as far as possible from the residential use. And also it's 100% blocked by the building, so that the noise transfer into the residential area has been thought about. And besides which, as Andrew also mentioned, that the equipment that we will be using will also be noise dampened, and the actual sound that you would hear in the residential areas will be very slight, if any.
Thank you.
This is James from Shepherd Mullen. I can add on to that answer, which is from a legal perspective in the mitigated negative declaration, the requirements both of CEQA and the city's code require the MND to analyze a variety of noise sources, basically everything on the project site, from parking lot noise to mechanical equipment to traffic trips to operational trips. And in all cases, both from the thresholds of significance for daytime noise and nighttime noise, considering 24-hour operation, this project is below those thresholds of significance and the city's requirements. That's all spelled out in the M&D as approved.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So now I'd like to go to questions of the applicant, of the board. Just go around the horn here. So Board Member Birch.
Probably foreshadowing a question from Vice Chair Hedgepeth. The color and material, the ACM panel, a couple of the examples that are shown on page 9.01, at least one of them. Not sure if those are aluminum panels. There's a wide variety of panels that are more or less reflective. There's a number of things to consider. There were specific comments made. This turns out to be a very light, bright structure. I'm not 100% sure why we didn't see a consideration of something that was maybe a bit less reflective. I saw the comments or the response to the DRB comments from the 2017 hearing, but it didn't directly address the why it hadn't changed much. So I'd be interested to understand the choice of materials with the building's exterior. Let me share this also. I do believe that this facade overall is a bit simpler and a bit more pleasing to my taste. I'm just not. I like the simpler graphic presentation and the change of materials, etc. I'm just concerned about the tone and perhaps the reflection of these materials versus some others that may work. So.
The applicant, if you could answer Board Member Birch's comment about your thought process on the materiality of the paneling, that would be very helpful for us. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So our thought process was we were designing a modern industrial building, and in our minds, we felt that the color choice was appropriate, and that the combination of the light and dark gray was a nice play. I think I mentioned in my presentation how we're trying to mimic the adjacent hillsides in the pattern of the aluminum. So it's something we're willing to look at, and I apologize if we didn't fully meet the intent that you were trying to portray to us the last time we were before you.
Okay. Go, Michael. Do you want to continue the questioning, or do you want to save it for comments?
I'll save it for comments, and I'll look for potentially other board members' thoughts on the color. I'm open to it, but I wanted to get it out of the gate as a comment. So, but I'll wait.
No, I think it's a good question. Board Member McHugh, do you have any questions of the applicant at this time? You're muted, John. There.
I do have one, and it's regarding heritage trees, and if not coastal redwoods, what would the applicant suggest as an alternative?
Well, you caught us a little off guard there because we don't have our landscape architect here with us, but we're very happy to work with the city and our landscape architect, and any comments from this board as to what species of tree you would feel are appropriate.
Okay, any more questions, Board Member McHugh?
Well, the other thing, it's actually a comment. As I was reading material, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to design a state-of-the-art industrial building, and also thinking about what the specific uses of the building might be after or if the cannabis farms project goes away and the building has to be put to other uses. And I appreciate that.
Thanks, John. Board Member Sharon, questions of the applicant?
Yes. One question on this is related to the trees also. And I recognize that your landscape architect isn't here, but in looking at the plans that I see in front of me, I don't see any coast redwoods being proposed to be replanted. Am I correct in that, or is it going to be coming in a later iteration?
I'll reply in that I believe the trees that are on the site are quite mature and are probably not candidates for replanting.
Oh, no. Yes. No, not, replanting. I meant, being mitigated for the removal. Yes. No, yeah. No, thank you for that. Definitely. Thanks for catching that. No, but removing the larger coast redwoods that you've got, but I don't see any being planted, called out in your plant legend. I see the Lycostremia, so the crepe myrtle, the maple, coast live oak, and another crepe myrtle. I don't see any redwoods being proposed anywhere as replacement for the ones being.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't answer it because I'm not a landscape architect. Maybe Andrew has some information on that, but is it appropriate to plant redwoods here? I'm not sure.
Sure. No, and then thank you for that, Frank. It was mainly a question on is this the landscape plan that is the all of the scope of your planting and as it is now and moving forward, and potentially mention that. Yeah. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, it is current, but I believe Andrew also mentioned that it's something that could be further developed.
Okay.
As
great.
we move along.
Yeah, no, I just wanted some clarification on that. I'm not advocating for the redwoods. I just wanted to see if I was missing them anywhere, but it sounds like I'm not. So thanks for answering the question.
Got it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Any questions for the applicant, Board Member Wicks?
There we go.
Yeah, that was muted there.
Mouse failure on the unmute button. Probably a mute point because decibel levels are set for sound mitigation as part of the conditions of approval the project already has. But more from a question of success, I know chillers can be fairly loud. Are you locating that in the utility building, or where are you proposing to put the main chiller?
Yes, the main chiller is on top of the utility building.
Okay,
it's
good.
Not on top of the main building.
And just for a matter of public record, Senior Planner Triple mentioned that you're going to do water reclamation. And I think for anybody out there in the public listening to this and may object to it based on the conditions that unfortunately we're in Sonoma County with limited water, can you describe a little bit about your water reclamation project and how you could probably get to zero water usage with your operation?
I'm hoping the operator can bail me out here, but I believe it's a process water reclamation.
Yeah, I could help out on this one, Frank. This is Danny Abdamalik. The water reclamation system is at a minimum going to reclaim 80% of the water used. And then the 80% of the water that's reclaimed will go to watering our landscaping.
Right, thank you. I know that from a little bit of experience, but I just thought it'd be nice to get that there on public record. Thank you. No
Sure.
more questions.
And then finally, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, do you have any questions of the applicant?
Okay, am I there? Yeah, just a couple of things. I was looking at the material board, and firstly, at the bottom there, you have a graphic inspiration that runs along the building. I know it's kind of out of sight of the public. My curiosity, there's a large vertical form. It almost looks like a whale coming up out of the water, surging, and then it has kind of a Monet scheme. Is that? I was just curious. What is that? That it's almost like a castellated geologic form or something, but it seems to be erupting from. That was one question. The other question is, in your wave effect, the macro broad brush wave across these panels, are you looking at some kind of an etching or a way to have a different color, or how are you going to have the manufacturer execute and install the differential between these panels? Because it's a sine wave that would seemingly go on a computer level, kind of like the de Young Museum, perhaps, but that was just a curious execution question of that color shift.
Yeah, I believe the color shift will be done with custom panels. So they would be custom fabricated and custom finished. It's not a mosaic of panels, so each panel would be unique, and the pattern would be already in the panel when it's mounted.
Okay.
And for the graphics on the bottom, I mean, lovely question, but that's like a placeholder. And
okay.
you know, as I mentioned in my presentation, that you know, one of the inspirations was to do something that's representational of the seasons of Santa Rosa, so that it will be a unique piece of art for this building in Santa Rosa and relative to the city.
Thank you. That mural. Is that a plaster, like almost fresco-like? Is it painted on stucco?
No, it's actually back painted glass. So it's I think you can see right beside Albert Einstein there.
Yes.
There's it says Glass Pro. So it's a sandwich with the image in it, but it's actually a glass panel.
Okay, it's a photo etching on the back side, so you can clean the face, but the back side is etched in micro layers.
Yeah.
Pitted. Yes.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey Warren, I'll quickly, that Glass Pro product is a pretty cool execution. It's still quite expensive, but most of their product, rather than being etched, is actually that the interlayer, which would be your sort of typical, the layer that creates laminated glass, the safety layer is printed with the image, and then the glass is applied to both sides.
Yeah.
So
it's a sandwich.
Yeah, extremely durable. It would be fantastic to see this mural executed. It's gorgeous. It would be quite something in that product.
Yes. Well, hopefully our seasons in the future will include spring now and then and other things. So we'll be forward thinking, hoping.
Okay, so let's go to blah, blah, blah. So this is not concept. I always forget that. So I'd like to see if anybody wants to make a motion for the project as we follow Rosenberg's rules, and then we'll have discussion on the motion. So does any member of the board wish to make a motion on this project?
And Chair, just as a reminder, if a motion is made and you would like to include that condition of approval regarding a 4-year approval period or 48-month approval period, I'm happy to read that language into the record for you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that reminder, Andrew. So back to the board. Does anybody wish to present a motion on this project? So just as a reminder, we can grant preliminary design review. We can not grant preliminary design review, or we can continue to a date certain, I believe. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Oh, that's correct. You could make a motion to approve preliminary design review. I think that if we did a motion to continue, that would be a separate motion, right, Bill?
Yeah, that's correct. There are several options that you have at your disposal. Obviously, one is the motion to approve. That is the staff recommendation. One would be a motion to deny. We would have to come back with a resolution for that. You could also motion to continue for redesign. And also remember, the motion really just starts the conversation. So based on the conversation, through friendly amendments, you can add conditions of approval. You can also withdraw that motion and enter in a new motion if you like as well. But we do need a motion to start the discussion.
I can make a motion.
Second.
I'll make a motion to as of the resolution of the design review to grant preliminary design review. Resolution of the design review board of the city of Santa Rosa granting preliminary design review approval for the Santa Rosa Farm Group LLC cannabis facility consisting of new construction of a plus or minus 116,700 square foot industrial building located at 800 Yolanda Avenue, APN 044-091-063, file number PRJ17-068, parentheses DR 17-078, in close parentheses. And I'll waive the reading of the text.
And I'll second.
Excellent. So seeing that we have a motion and a second, I'd like to open discussion.
Question about that. Should I also amend Andrew's 4-year approval to that resolution, or is that separate?
I mean, we can, or we can let's just do it as a friendly amendment since we already you made the motion. Let's just keep rolling.
That can be done as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, it can be done as a friendly amendment. So at this time, I'd like to open comments, and I'm going to start with Henry. Comments on the project and any friendly amendments you'd like to see added to the motion on the table.
Well, I'd like to see the friendly amendment of the 4-year instead of 2-year be added to this process and discussion. I think the project is very well thought out, has high quality materials. I personally like the design. I like the selection of the materials. Could they be a little darker, a little less reflective? I'd like to hear some of the other board members' comments about that, but I find the project worthy of approval.
Board member Sharon.
Sure. I'll agree with, in the interest of time, agree with Henry on the design of the building. So also well thought out. I do want to commend you for bringing in the public art aspect, or the art aspect think that that's a nice consideration. I'd also commend you for attempting to be a good neighbor and to addressing comments, and I especially appreciate the fact of locating the location of the utility building as far away from residents as possible. Thank you for that. As far as materials, the reflectivity did catch my eye, and for a building that there's in the presentation and in the materials that were presented to us, the package, the business seeks to be part of the neighborhood and seeks to kind of blend in, but the reflectivity and the brightness and the metallic structure sort of belies that, because it is eye-catching, and that's for better or for worse. I think that some thought about that, more thought could be done. I know that it's definitely not a doesn't kill it for me. I think it's I like eye-catching buildings as well, but for something that wants to blend in to the neighborhood. Just wonder about that. I can speak to the tree portion. Thanks for just being willing to roll with commentary as well. Too bad that the landscape architect's not here. But I do have every confidence in staff's ability to help shepherd you guys through another iteration and through thinking. I think that you could, I'm glad to see that the redwoods are not being replanted for the reasons that I stated before. I think that in terms of heritage trees, you could kind of kill two birds with one stone for me. There's a lot of coast live oaks being proposed on here. I think you could diversify your oak species. Coast live oak, great. Sounds wonderful. Nice and full, evergreen. Can be kind of shrubby. Another great native to the Santa Rosa Plain oak is the Quercus lobata, the valley oak. I would put some of those in there. Those could also be a replacement with a more appropriate heritage tree than the redwood. So you could diversify your oak species and also be adding in some more of your some more oaks. There are let's see here. Oh, one thing I noticed, even in the arborist report, the redwoods are classified as an ornamental. So even the arborist, the consulting arborist, did not deem them as a native tree. They are heritage, but not native specifically to this area. Up in the hills, yeah, definitely, but not to Santa Rosa Plain. Also wanted to mention the sudden oak death comment that the public had. Wanted to address that as well. I think that is definitely a concern, very much a concern these days, especially with more trees being stressed out with drought and also kind of odd climate change and climate factors. I think that you can minimize any potential for sudden oak death by choosing your plant material wisely and where you're sourcing your plant materials. So in the nursery trade, that's where a lot of the sudden oak death is coming from, is actually from nurseries. So do your due diligence there in vetting your nursery material and where they're coming from. I think that you're dodging some of that by not planting the other sudden oak death vector plants most of the time. So there are the oaks are the ones that are really hurt by the sudden oak death, but there are other species that are the carriers of sudden oak death, of the actual pathogen. Like I don't see any of the rhododendrons or California bay laurels on your site. If you have those and you're planting those next to oaks, that's problematic because they can transfer. So I think that the sudden oak death comment, and you're also not next to a virgin oak woodland. So I think that it's going to be fine in terms of sudden oak death. In terms of diversifying your plant species, and specifically your tree species, I think there are a number of ways that you could add more diversity in. Some quick ones, which I can, if you want to grab a pencil or replay this after the meeting is over. So adding in the Valley Oak, Quercus lobata. Also a great one is the desert willow. The Chalopsis is drought tolerant and has nice flowers. Other maples, the Aesunegundo, black maple, toyon shrubbier, but can provide really nice evergreen cover and shade, and also noise abatement. That's one to look at. In the arborist report, the largest trees, well, there's one monster eucalyptus, but the other largest trees besides the redwoods, the biggest ones are the walnuts that are there, the English walnuts. You can also add in the California native walnuts, the black walnut, which is a very beautiful tree, and also is fast growing, which is nice. So Juglans Heinzii is one to look at. And if you wanted to get fancy, the California flannel bush grows into beautifully brilliant yellow floral tree that will be eye-catching and complement your building nicely, I would say. Also to go with the Western redbud. And California buckeye is also one that is native to this area. So one to think about, the Aesculus californica. That should do it for me. I will stop talking about trees now. Thank you for a good project, and also thanks for being a good neighbor. And yeah, again, thank you for the art. Appreciate it.
Board Member McHugh.
No additional comments.
Cool. Board Member Birch.
Yeah, overall, well thought out project. I'm a little concerned. Again, as I said, it's not necessarily darker. It's not necessarily warmer. I'm just there's very little detail here in the package regarding the building's skin in terms of its construction. I think Warren asked a really critical question, and I think the client has answered it. So it's in the record that this won't become a mosaic, that it will be a custom panel to create the artwork. I think that'll be important for staff to keep in mind. Not cynical about what we're looking at, but there were also there's no details, and it was mentioned on the fences and the other buildings. In the renderings, the fences are gorgeous. They're very, very attractive. They float in 30, 40, 50 foot lengths with no vertical supports, and sort of have impossibly thin little sections. It's pretty. It's really nice. I'm concerned that perhaps the board maybe should be looking at those couple of items in a final design review. I don't know that that's something that staff is going to want to try to interpret what that was and then get into fencing. It is really a key piece of the project, especially along Yolanda. With the building setback, I think that the fencing and the other buildings are something that we should be looking at. I don't know if the promise is that it's going to match the primary building. I don't know if the promise or expectation is that it's going to be a different exterior skin, or will they match, or will this become like the really gorgeous new Fountain Grove rebuild that then has a sort of a stick and a shed garage built out front of it, right? And just curious that we don't have the designs here, and would maybe like to see those. Otherwise, I think that the way that the building is sited, the thoughtfulness around the operation of the building relative to the neighbors, the planting, not replacing the redwoods, the 24-inch trees that are proposed, I'm hoping will create some of the screening effect that we see in the rendering sooner than later, but you always do have to wait for trees to grow. But again, I do have questions around the tone and execution of the building skin, which is really the primary, that's what the public's going to see. Petaluma Hill Road, 46,000 trips a day, Yolanda, 46,000 trips a day, that's what is going to be represented. So I really would like to, I wish I knew a little bit more about it, and the fencing and the utility building and the guard shack. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. You're up.
Okay. Thank you. I've appreciated the comments. I wanted to thank Adam about the landscape. That was very wonderfully mentioned, that I know the client would like to use kind of an off musty bronzy yellow, and some of these trees he mentioned. I understand that the sycamore is actually kind of a native tree as well that does really well in drought. But I'm very supportive of mixing it up, and the coastal valley oak, the coastal oak doesn't lose its leaves. That's evergreen, but the valley oak does. I'm okay with that. I don't think there's any agenda about replacing redwoods with evergreens. It's just this variety, since one of the unique things about the project are these swaths of land that can be populated in kind of a native way. So I hope a lot of Burns land there, and that the landscape person takes to heart the poetry of massings, nice massings of plants. Back to the situation of the building. Firstly, I think it's a vastly, wonderfully improved architecture from the 2017 proceedings. It's a building where the canopies, the overhangs, the connections to the building queuing you in are well done. We know it's a windowless building, and that with all of the various things you've gone through that's taken, and these MDRs take forever. So I understand the 5-year hiatus. It's been arduous, and I empathize with that, because you're trying to overcome all kinds of issues and fully mitigate. So one of the things that's interesting to me is, yes, there are aluminum skin buildings further toward Petaluma Hill Road along Yolanda. There are a few buildings that use the aluminum. I, for one, I just have to say this, it's harsh on my eye to have the building reflect nature by being a reflective surface. And the reason I say that is, going back and forth as you move eastward on Yolanda, you've got the rolling hills, a very rural setting. And I think about the potential to not change the architectural delineation of what you've done, but as said by Michael Birch, the commentary about how this is detailed, what are the standoffs between each panel, but particularly the patina of the panel. But the reason I like the beauty of the San Francisco building that I've mentioned here, the DeYoung, is it's patinaed over the years. No one's asking you to use copper, but I am loving that more living skin feeling. It's it has a non-metallic feeling to it that's softer, that's more rural. So in being in your lane with the architecture, but not wanting metallic, not wanting reflective, in a way I'm not happy with silver. I just think there's other colors somewhere between bronzes and, well, there are many things you can do, but it's matte. It is easy on the eye, chalky in texture, and the tones somewhere between bronzes to biscuit. Sorry for that, but I don't want to use the beige word. I'm just trying to knock it down so that there's a bit more of an earthiness. It's not cold, it's warmer. And I see you have colors that you're going to go over your CMU block wall. Looks like you're going to ice over those. Is that a Santa Barbara sand float? And is it Stowe, or is it paint? But what I'm hoping for is not shiny, not even satiny. It's all toothy, tusky, musky in its texture. Sorry for the Wikipedia. I hope I've been clear, Chairman, of showing my love for the mat. All right, on the mat.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, so I will agree with both Board Member Birch and Vice Chair Hedgepeth on kind of the lack of tone and execution and a desire for a matte kind of earthiness. I'm going to definitely reiterate that. And then one thing I think that we missed is the garbage enclosure on the back. It's not on the back, it's on the east side of the building. We need some articulation of that bad boy as well, I think. So I took some notes here and I'm gonna take a stab at some of our shalls and considers. And so if I mention something that you said and you don't think it's right, just jump in and we'll get it corrected for Andrew. But the one I'd like to start with here is the 4-year amendment. Andrew, do we need to read that into the record on how that would read first, primarily, just so we all know how that would go?
Yes, we can read it into the record. And Chair, I've actually got it prepared for you. I can share my screen. And
that would be great. Yeah,
let's just get that one
done.
So if you would like to go ahead and read that in, or if somebody needs to make a friendly amendment.
No, let's just, we'll read it. And then when we get to the end of our shalls and considers, it'll just be part of that, I think. So do we currently have a number 7 is new, correct? So that'd be a new one.
That is correct. Yes, this would be
okay. And so this preliminary design review shall be valid for a 4-year period if the permit has not been exercised within 48 months following the date on which the permit was granted. This approval shall automatically expire and shall be invalid unless an application for extension is filed prior to the expiration. And then do we need to add number 8 as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, and the number 8 to add would be if exercised within the initial or extended approval period in accordance with all conditions of approval, this preliminary design review shall be valid for the duration of use.
Great, thank you.
So I think, yeah. So we'll add those two via friendly amendment, I think, and we'll come back to that. So the first one I heard was shall diversify the heritage tree selection, and I think it's a shall, not a consider, and I think it should be shall diversify the heritage trees with the use of the valley oak. Is that correct, Adam?
Yes, for the heritage trees. Yep.
Okay. And then the next one I think would be consider additional diversity in the tree palette, including but not limited to desert willow, black maple, California black walnut, California flannel bush. Did I get that right? California buckeye, sycamore, and did you say Toyon maple? Was that right?
Toyon? It's not a maple.
Toyon?
Yeah.
Okay, Toyon. Sorry, yeah. Toyon.
And
I tried.
Yeah.
Did I get them all?
That should do it. And there's that should do it. Okay. For suggestions. Don't be limited by that, I would say.
Yeah, I said including but not limited to.
Okay.
So consider additional tree diversity, including but not limited to, and then the list we just said.
For both structure and beauty, I would say.
For both structure and beauty, I like that. That's good. Okay, and then the next one is applicant shall provide details, including details for the utility building, including plan and exterior elevation, and then shall include details of the guard buildings, including plan and elevations and materials. They should also and material selection. And then the third one shall include elevations of the garbage enclosure on the east side. And then I think the last one I heard from everybody was applicant shall reduce the reflectiveness of the aluminum panel skin and provide a palette that is more earthy and matte in appearance. I get that good?
Could we go with natural rather than earthy?
Sure. Natural works.
I don't know. I don't know the right way to say it.
Be mindful that Michael's comments about all the wonderful fencing around.
Oh, I forgot the fences. Yeah, shall provide fence details. Yes.
And do some color coupling here too, between color and matte. We don't want shiny aluminum if we're going to have natural on the building.
Yeah, I would actually say shall provide fence details and material selection for fences, and then I would go so far as to say consider corten steel for fencing elements or other oxidizing metals, perhaps, because you'll get security out of that, but also kind of that natural kind of eroded feel. I think that Warren and Michael were talking about. So, Andrew, did you get all those?
I believe so. I can share my screen and we can go back through them if you would like to do so.
Yeah, I'd like to just go through it real quick and make sure we picked everything up from the board, and then we'll go back to the applicant to see if if anything seems undoable, and then we'll go ahead and do the friendly amendment, and then we'll take a vote.
Great. One moment, please.
As you're doing that, I did want to add one more at the end, but I guess it's a question. Since all projects get deferred to staff for final design review, how do we condition this to come back to us for final design review? Do we just add that at the end?
That's a great question. Let's
just go through these first, and maybe Bill can answer us in a minute.
And then we'll follow up with that. Sure.
Yeah.
So the design review board conditions of approval would begin with conditions 7 and 8 that we've already reviewed regarding the duration of the approval. Then condition 9 shall diversify the heritage tree selection with use of valley oak. Consider adding tree palette diversity through use of desert willow, black maple, toyon shrub, California walnut, California flannel bush, Western redbud, and California buckeye for both structure and beauty. Applicant shall provide details for utility building and guard building, including plan and exterior elevations.
Andrew, one edit to the trees.
Sure.
Northern California walnut in particular.
Okay.
There's Southern California walnut, but we'll go with the northern. Thank you.
Applicant shall include plan and exterior elevation for garbage enclosure.
I think we just need the exterior elevations. We've got the plan.
Right, that's, yeah. Applicant shall provide fence design details and fence materials. Consider material alternatives such as cortone steel that will weather naturally. And then applicant shall reduce reflectiveness of aluminum skin and provide a palette that is earthy and natural.
Does anybody have a problem with any of those as read? Want any changes?
Clarification, Chairman Michael. We're going to
go ahead
to approve the project with these conditions, and one of the conditions that you're going to add yet is that final design review come back to us. Is that true?
That's what I'd like to do. So typically that's what we would have done in the past. But with I believe it's the Resilient City Ordinance, all projects, the preliminary, and it's a little misleading. Preliminary design review is actually the entitlement action, whereas final design review was always just kind of like the cleanup action to make sure that the elements that the board wanted included as part of the discretionary review were incorporated. That is now deferred to staff by zoning. I believe we can override it, but I'm not sure. And that's the question I had.
Well, I think it's a good, after listening to my fellow board members, I started off with a very brief comment, which is very unlike me, but I think some of the lack of detail provided to us, I think, you know, I don't know the circumstances, but I think it's very unfortunate the landscape architect wasn't here. I know Adam would have loved to have perhaps asked him more questions, maybe had more of a dialogue with that respect. Sometimes our board will, because we don't have lighting in our package, we don't have certain other criteria that we expect. We've given other projects not a thumbs down, but want to take another look at it. And I think this is very appropriate that we look at the details that Board Member Birch, Hedgepeth, Adam, you, and questions that have been raised in the dialogue and discussion. So I'd be favorable of adding that. Shall come back to us at.
Yeah. So it looks like interim deputy director Rose is back, and perhaps he has an answer for us on how maybe we can condition that.
Yeah, I would advise the board against conditioning it, because what you would effectively be doing, and you were right, Chair Weigel, the code is clear. We did make some changes. Final design review now goes for all actions to staff. So the entitlement is preliminary design review. Final design review, it's sometimes hard to get your head around it. It's almost a double check is what it is. The board gives direction, and then final design review, you're checking it to ensure that those things actually are done to your satisfaction. And you've deferred it to staff in the past when staff can say, we understand clearly what you're asking. We often will ask the applicant to make sure they're clear with what is expected. And there have been certainly occasions where the thought was, well, it's a little more complex. It should come back to the board. We don't really have a mechanism right now to have it come back to you for final design. That's essentially overriding the code, and this wouldn't be the mechanism to do it. And it also wouldn't be a precedent that I would recommend the board take. So I think there's a couple of options. If the board is comfortable providing direction that staff can understand, and that the board's comfortable with staff in their understanding, implementing and ensuring that it is implemented, you could do that. You could give that direction, staff can take it and move forward with it. Again, I'd also recommend that whatever you suggest, the applicant is aware also, they understand it, as they should also be with all of the conditions that you're adding. The alternative to that would be a continuance. So it's a continuance for effectively redesign. I mean, that's what we would call it, but it's a pretty specific thing. It's continuance for more information on the fence details or any other items that you would like to see, and then it would come back, and you could do that to a date certain. We wouldn't have to notice that. We don't notice final design review anyway, but, and then we bring it back to you. And again, that would be in coordination with the applicant as well.
So I think if from what I'm hearing, Bill, maybe let's take let's ask, I think maybe the path we should take here is let's first ask the applicant about the conditions that we've already added and see how comfortable they are with those. And then I think the next piece then is, depending on that, we'll take a little straw poll of the board in terms of the next action they want to take. So
I think that's a good approach.
Let's turn it back to, let's go to the applicant and just review the items that we're conditioning your project with. And just as a refresher, when we say shall, that means you have to do it, right? It's one of those things like, so if it were to go back to staff for final design review, if that element is not present, you wouldn't complete final design review. If it's a consider, it's just a suggestion from us saying like, hey, we'd like you to look at this, but if it doesn't work out for whatever reason, monetary, you disagree with us, whatever, then you don't have to do it. Let's go back to the applicant and just kind of go over these real quick with them and see what they think.
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
So we'll go back to item 7 there, Andrew, real quick. I'm assuming that you guys have no issue with item 7 and 8.
That's correct. That's, I don't know if Danny can see the screen, but 7 and 8 are the extension to 48 months. We're okay with that.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Oh, no problem. So number 9 is diversity of the heritage tree selection. Do you guys have any problem making that being a requirement from us?
You know, my goal was to make the island in front of my project that is still grassland, like a interesting, you know, type of situation where 9 would be great. Yeah, I'm fine with number 9.
Okay, and then 10 is obviously encouraging just additional planting diversity, which I think from what you're saying is you want your property to have some ecological flair, let's call it.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know obviously all these recommendations in number 10, but as long as they're attainable, I don't see the problem. But I think number 10's got to be we'll consider, because I just haven't heard of any of these plants. Can we keep number 10 as a consider?
And that's what it is. It's a consider. It's a suggestion. So work with your landscape architect. If he says, "Oh yeah, let's add some of these," or no, the budget won't brunt it, then that's we're open to that. You know, I don't think we're going to dictate that you have to use a California walnut or you have to use this. It's that we just want you to take another peek at it. 11.
Go
ahead.
Hopefully this is the appropriate time to mention this, but something that might help with that also. I noticing now in number 10, just reading through it, I think that to give even a little bit more latitude, then not limit it to this list, I would say consider additional tree palette diversity, for example, through the use of, or through the use of, for example, desert willow, and then even after buckeye saying, etc. So that would give you guys.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next, and then 11, 12, and 13, in my opinion, they're just requirements of preliminary design review, that those elements are included. They're listed on the design review application. So I think we could maybe add some more language here to help staff, but otherwise just requesting those details. Do you guys have a problem providing additional information on the outbuildings and the fences?
We can provide 11, 12, and 13. That's not a problem. What would be the timing on that?
Well, it would be up to you guys in terms of when you're going to submit your final design review to staff. So you could take,
and we can advise on some dates in a moment. Once we work through these, we'll give you what the optimal date will be. And just Chair Weigel, for the board's consideration, staff understands these conditions rather clearly and feels comfortable in our ability to implement those.
Okay. I mean, I think if I were to add anything to 11, 12, and 13, I would just say we've used this language before, provide details, including plant, and then we say, architectural character to match that of main building or something like that. We've used language like that. Is everybody comfortable with using that language to help staff, to just make it very clear what we're wanting on our end?
Yes.
I'm comfortable with staff as well. They've done that before.
Quick comment, Drew. There are suggestions of in the renderings of what the utility building and the fencing is, and I mean it's what we all fear is that when there's no details on, let's just say something as mundane as the trash enclosure, we're not asking that it be ACM panel or whatever building material ends up being used, but we also don't want it to turn into 4x4 redwood and dog-eared, redwood fence panels with a residential gate latch. So I think Bill and his team understand that as well, and there are suggestions of what these elements look like in the renderings. If we're comfortable that the fence is a highly detailed decorative fence executed in some special materials and doesn't, we don't drive down Yolanda one day and see a Kenwood Fence Company special. I don't know. It just being an incomplete application makes this difficult for us, right? And for staff.
It does. But if I'm hearing from the applicant that they don't have a problem providing this information, it's just potentially an issue of time frame. Do you want to just go ahead and leave them like they are, Michael, or would you?
No. I think we have to make the decision if we want to continue this or if staff is going to do it. And I think that's what it's going to come down to for the board. So.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add to Michael's comments, I think Michael, staff understands the direction. It's by all means, the board could add additional language to make it even more explicit. So it's in the record. So what you just said was great language. And so if you'd like to add that, you can certainly do that.
And then, so let's just go to this last one, number 14. I think this one's perhaps the most challenging condition that we have. And so I'd like to hear from the applicant on kind of maybe their thoughts on meeting this requirement that we'd like to impose.
Yeah, I actually been listening to the comments, obviously, and I get all the comments and I appreciate all of them. And what I wanted to respond with was that we can mat out the aluminum so it would have, similar reflectivity to almost like a wood, right? So I'm okay with, if the issue is the reflectivity of the aluminum, I can handle that. But the second part of 14, which is provide a palette that is earthy and natural, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that because it's not.
We lost you on the end of that one.
It's a modern building. Yeah, I was just saying that, the design is modern. I don't know if a modern design goes with an earthy and natural facade. So if the only issue is the aluminum being too reflective, I can find a solution to that. But what colors they are, or narrowing it down to earthy and natural, I don't think that's fair.
And Chair Weigel, staff would agree that the first half of the statement is fairly clear, well understood. We would recommend or request a little bit more clarification if you're eager to include the second half of that statement, so we understand exactly what the intent is.
Yeah, okay.
Could I make a comment?
Oh, go ahead, Warren. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would think the applicant is aware of Fleetwood and La Cantina. There's so many companies that take aluminum. I'm not asking for a bucket of paint to go over this or some Kynar. In deference, or at least in respect for the fact that aluminum out of the gate, when it's manufactured, it's cured and tempered in all kinds of ways. It's anodized, but there is an array in Fleetwood of colors that are stunning and beautiful. And I would just say that as a board member, the elegance and dignity and depth of the building's authenticity would be more forward with a color that isn't just soda can aluminum. And you can get that through anodizing.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, Warren. I was Googling a Luca Bond, which makes an ACM panel, and they've got like a terracotta, a rusted metal, a bronze, kind of those sorts of things. So anyway, so let me do this then. So we've heard from the applicant. Let's take a quick straw poll of the board here, because I think I'm hearing a continuance from perhaps 3 or more board members. So let's just take a quick straw poll. Who would be in favor of a continuance on this project? So just give me a yay or a nay. I'm going to go through your names. So Henry?
Yay.
John? Just give me thumbs up, thumbs down. Continuance? No continuance.
Mr. Triple, can we stop the screen share so that we can see the board members? Thank you.
There we go. So John doesn't want a continuance, if I heard that right. Adam, continuance, no continuance.
Yay.
Continuance. Michael
Yay.
and Warren.
Yay.
And then I would be in favor one as well. So okay. So Bill, I'm assuming we have to vote on this, or do we change it?
Yeah, so you would need a new motion. So you're basically voting for continuance to a date certain, and I'm working on getting the date for you right now. So it'd be continue to a date certain. That'd be the motion. You get a second, and then you'd vote. And then it would be good to we'd probably want to summarize what those things are, so it'll pick up in the record clearly, and you have those essentially now. And then
okay.
So we'll get. Looks like the applicant is requesting a comment on this as well. And
yeah, and I was going to ask them before we do anything else.
Yeah,
so
I just
applicant.
Hi.
We'll get a date.
It's James.
So Bill's going to work on a date. You guys, please give us your commentary on your feelings on this.
Hi, it's James from Shepherd Mullen, the legal counsel for the project. I do appreciate all the board members' comments. I think, as we heard it and we went through that last list, there's almost 100% concurrence, both with staff being able to implement as well as the applicant accepting virtually all of those. It may be some fine tuning of the last one to be more particular on texture instead of like earthy and more vague words. So I would really respectfully request that we try to wrap this up because we're so close. I think we'll be doing the same thing in a continuance. So if there's a way to maybe refine that last statement to the board's satisfaction, to me, we have agreement. And then, of course, I'll say this out of my own experience, and I know the applicant would agree with this. Conditions that you put shall, those are conditions of approval. There's no way we get out of those requirements. We would have to meet with the staff. We would have to demonstrate that we complied. And so to come back to the board again, I think is inappropriate, and would ask that we get an approval here with the appropriate conditions, which I think we're already there. And that would be our request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugh. Michael, you look like maybe you want to say something.
I think
you have the floor.
Yep, we've got the fence is. I think the fence is sort of the entry level into what is likely a decision and a review that should be made by design professionals. No disrespect or disregard for staff's experience and approach to this. But we do have a 50-foot tall building visible from Petaluma Hill Road, Yolanda, the adjacent neighborhood. The board has more or less, board has reached a consensus, at least, that the color and the material of the building are inappropriate for the site, for the context of the neighborhood and the surroundings. We're in a very natural, it's a very transitional point in the city between the industrial and the residential that's in the natural sort of rural setting. So it's a very unique spot. It's a corner of the city. I would roughly say that we don't want to get this wrong. And I think that the second half of the last condition is important enough to make sure that we get it right. And I feel strongly about it. I understand what you guys have been through to get to this point. I think a continuance that doesn't require noticing is not onerous on you guys, except that you need to do the work in the middle. And that would be my response to the comment from legal counsel.
Okay, so Bill, do we have a potential date before we do all this?
Yeah, it looks like July 1st would be the meeting date. Give me 1 second here. That requires for us to do that.
We would need the additional information by June 15th.
There you go.
In order to make it July 1st. The next date then would be July 15th, which would give roughly
about 2 weeks,
almost
it
a
looks
month, yeah, to pull together information.
So if it's July 1st, they need to get stuff to you by June 15th, which is 12 days from today, correct?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay. So before we do any else, I'd like to ask the applicant, is that outside of the realm of possibility? Should we be looking for a date in the middle of July, or does July 1st work for you guys in terms of kind of what we're maybe looking for?
Yeah, Frank, are you still on the, I'm gonna defer to Frank on that answer. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not sure how much work it is either. I don't know if Frank's still on the line though.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to drag it out any more than it needs to, but 12 days does, if we're talking calendar days, seems a little tight. But would it go another 2 weeks or another month if we can't make the first date?
Mr. Glenn, if we look at July 15th, then the revised materials or new materials would be due June 29th.
Yeah.
So that would give you almost a month to pull that together.
Yeah, I think that's more manageable.
Okay. And while we're on the topic, I do want to clarify that we would be looking for additional materials and documentation for the plan and exterior elevations of the utility and guard buildings, exterior elevation of the garbage enclosure, fence design details and materials, and then some proposals for the aluminum skin alternatives. But we would not be requiring revisions to the landscape plan. Is that correct? Great.
With the exception of, I guess, the Valley Oak component, if they wanted to do it. Otherwise, we could just condition it the same way, whatever they're comfortable with, I think.
Okay.
If they would like to make that change, great. If not, we can do the condition again.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a point of clarification? This is legal counsel. So I'm understanding here that if there's a continuance, which again, we'd prefer not, but if there is, it's a focused hearing when we reconvene, whereby we look specifically at what Mr. Triple just laid out and Chair Wagle, those issues only, correct? We're not redoing the whole.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we're not looking for you guys to reinvent the landscape plan if you don't have to. We're not looking for you to redo all the parking, those types of things that we're totally comfortable with, that meet the things. I think we're going to be laser focused on, like Andrew summarized, those elements.
Right. So in that regard, I don't know if Andrew, you're able to do this, but the list that you had up that are essentially the conditions and also the focus points, we've taken great notes, but if you could share that, because I believe that captures it essentially with us, in an email or something, that would help us, make sure we have it memorialized correctly, and then, be a roadmap for us.
They'll also be captured in the minutes as well. We'll get a summary of these.
Right.
Thank you.
So we've got some housekeeping on our end. So if Adam, you need to withdraw your motion.
Correct, Chair Weigel. I was just going to mention procedurally, we need the motion maker to withdraw, the second to second that. That gets that motion off the table. Then we would need a new motion for continuance with the items discussed, a second, and then a vote.
Yeah, and and then the person who's going to make the motion for the continuance, it's a continuance to a date certain, July 15th. So Adam?
Sure. Do I need to do what language should I use to withdraw?
I withdraw my motion.
It can be just simply, I would withdraw the motion, and then the seconder would need to second that.
Sounds great. Just wanted to confirm that. I withdraw my motion.
I think John's trying to second that, but you need to unmute yourself, John.
I'm sorry. I will second that.
Okay. At this time, I would like to entertain a new motion on this project, perhaps for a continuance? Board Member Birch?
I will make the motion to continue item 8.1, public hearing on Santa Rosa Farm Group Cannabis Cultivation Facility Design Major Review at 800 Yolanda Avenue, file number DR 17-078, to a date certain hearing on July 15th, 2021.
Then we need a second.
I'll second that.
And then we can go to.
All right. And Patty, can we get a vote?
Yes, okay. Voting for continuance, Board Member Wicks,
Aye.
Board Member Sharon,
Aye.
Board Member McHugh,
Aye.
Board Member Birch,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth,
Aye.
and Chair Weigel.
Aye. So motion passes unanimously for continuance. I want to thank the applicant for a really good package. And hopefully on July 15th, we can get you in, get those items reviewed, and get you out the door. Because I think overall, I think we all like the project. We would just want to get those last couple of items, as Board Member Birch stated, we'd like to get it right since it's kind of the corner of the city, as he said. So since we've been on this for about 2 hours, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 6:50, at which point we will start with item 8.2, and Vice Chair Hedgepeth need not return at that time.
Thank you.
So recess.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Mic check for Rob.
Loud and clear. Thanks, Rob.
Okay, Chair Weigel, staff is ready when you are.
Okay, it's now 6:50. Let's all turn our screens back on and come back.
I need a hair tie. Hey.
Okay, it's now 6:50. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we will move to item 8.2. But I wanted to go over a couple of little things since this is a concept item, not a preliminary design. Preliminary design review. So it has a little bit different rules. For concept items, public comment is not required as part of our rules as set forth in the zoning code. However, the design review board regularly extends the courtesy to the public to speak on concept items. We feel that public comment is vital to the success of our projects in the city of Santa Rosa. That being said, what we'll do tonight, given that there are still many participants in the meeting, that we would like to grant speakers 2 minutes to speak, and please speak on topic about the project. We will not, I don't know how to say this other than to say slanderous or other rude comments will not be tolerated. And if you do speak in that manner, I will cut you off, and the recording secretary will mute you. This isn't the venue for that type of speech. I don't want to prevent anyone from speaking publicly on the project about items that are pertinent to our board. But if it's not related, we won't entertain that. And then finally, please don't comment on the land use of the project, as this project is still under review by planning staff, and the CEQA process is still in process for it. That we don't have that information to either comment on or review with you at this time. So please keep your comments germane and relevant to our purview for concept design review. Is everybody on the board okay with that? Okay. So without any further ado, I'd like to turn it over to City Planner Connor McKay for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Weigel and members of the Design Review Board. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Connor McKay, City Planner, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to present the Stony Point Flats project located at 2268 Stony Point Road for concept design review. Like the chair mentioned, this meeting is supposed to provide an opportunity for non-binding comments from the Design Review Board as to how the proposed project may meet the city's development priorities. As a reminder, no formal action on this project is being taken tonight. So this project proposes to construct a new 50-unit affordable multifamily development on an undeveloped 2.9 acre parcel. The project includes the construction of bike storage, laundry facilities, tech center, fitness facilities, and outdoor amenities, such as barbecue and playground facilities. Solar panels will be installed on top of the two main residential structures, which will allow the project to operate at net zero energy in accordance with Title 24. I would also like to mention that the project is located within the Roseland Priority Development Area, which, pursuant to the Resilient City Development Measures, reduces the review authority for this project to the zoning administrator. However, to facilitate a more comprehensive review of the application, the director is acting to elevate the review of this project from the zoning administrator to the design review board. So final design review will be provided by the design review board and not the zoning administrator. So the project is located at 2268 Stony Point Road along Roseland Creek in the southwest quadrant of the city of Santa Rosa. And here we have a site plan of the proposed development. So as you can see here, the eastern portion of the property would need to be dedicated for future extension of North Point Parkway. The gross site area of the parcel is 2.93 acres. The area that is to be dedicated is approximately 0.3 acres, which would leave approximately 2.63 acres of developable area. The general plan land use designation of the Developable area is medium density residential, which allows for a density of 18 units per acre, while the general plan land use designation of the right-of-way area is low density residential, which allows for a density of 8 units per acre. Together, the total allowable units would be 49.74. Based upon staff's analysis of the city's density bonus and/or inclusionary housing ordinances, the project can achieve its proposed density of 50 units on the site. More about the North Point Parkway extension. The Deputy Director of Traffic, Rob Sprinkle, is available to provide additional comments at the end of my presentation about this North Point Parkway extension and how the Traffic Division will review the project accounting for this extension. We have also received a public comment after late correspondence was sent to the Design Review Board just before the meeting that had questions and concerns about this extension. So the next few slides will be discussed in greater detail by the applicant team, which includes the architect. So for now, I'll just kind of introduce these slides and the conceptual site design and elevations for each of the 4 buildings. Here we have building A, a residential building. And this is the pool building, which I believe is identified as building B. And the leasing amenity building. And as Chair Weigel eloquently stated, the CEQA is still being performed for this project, and the environmental review has not concluded pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Staff has received public comments that express concerns about the environmental impacts of the project, and I would just like to reiterate that this environmental review has not been concluded yet. And with that, I will now turn it over to Deputy Director Sprinkle to discuss that North Point Parkway extension.
Great. Thank you, Connor. My name is Rob Sprinkle. I'm the City of Santa Rosa Deputy Director in Traffic Engineering. So briefly, just to go over some of the issues with the North Point Parkway future extension. So this is a conceptual roadway and conceptual alignment that's been identified in a few documents in the past, one being the Southwest Area Plan, where the parkway alignment was identified as a 4-lane facility with medians and turn pockets. That was recently updated with the Roseland Area and Sebastopol Road specific plan that redesignated this roadway as a 2-lane facility with median islands. So it was downgraded due to the analysis with the capacities were looked at in the area and the operation of a lower lane facility. So this specific project, the alignment of the roadway is shown just at the east end of the thank you, Connor, of the parcel. And I know that there's been some concern about where this alignment is shown versus where a prior alignment was shown. The alignments that have been shown in prior alignments and this alignment, or in the prior alignments, have been conceptual from what we have gathered over the documents that we've been looking through. We don't have a specific set alignment for this roadway other than what's identified in the plan documents, which is extremely vague and doesn't show the exact scale and location of this roadway. So what we do is when developments do come in, and this is the first development in the area that has affected this portion of the parkway, is we look at the alignment to see what the best we can do to help with this alignment, this project, and with future projects further to the south and to the east, and where this roadway will end up at Burbank. So we've looked at that, and that's where we landed actually with this alignment that's being proposed for the review today. With that, I am available for any questions if the board would like, or if you need to continue, Connor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Rob. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so with that, like I said, there's no formal action being recommended here. There's just, we just would like to hear comments and considerations and of things of that nature for this concept design review. And then my contact information is on the screen here. That's ctmckay@srcity.org, 707-543-4351.
So at this time, let's do questions and comments after the applicant presentation and after public comment. Does that sound good with everybody? Okay, so let's move to the applicant presentation. So if the applicant could begin that presentation, that would be great.
The applicant team has been given the ability to mute and unmute. So if the applicant team, we've given you the ability to mute and unmute yourselves.
Mr. McKay, just out of curiosity, we have a Lauren without a last name on there. Is that one of your applicant members? They're raising their hand.
That should be, yes, Loren. Yes.
Correct. Okay, we'll give them permissions and make sure it's the right person. One moment.
Good evening, board. This is Lauren Brigham, president and owner of Phoenix Development Company. The balance of our team is on. Phil Wood, president of Integrity Housing, is on standby. Our landscape architect is on standby. Andy Bordessa from Civil Design is on standby. Michelle Olson from Phoenix Development Company is on standby, and Angela Ponce from Integrity Housing is also on standby. Unfortunately, our architect, Keith Labus from KTGY, had to, he couldn't hold on any longer and had to move on to another hearing that he's on. He has given me some notes, and so we'll go through it. What I'll probably do is I'll just discuss the architecture here first and the thought processes. And then I will turn it over to Phil Wood, who will kind of explain the, this is a 100% affordable project with, targeted at AMIs from 30% to 60% of AMI in Sonoma County. And I'll let Phil discuss the amenities, the units, and the tenancy and the targeting. The project is basically is designed. The architect was seeking to do what he calls contemporary rural blend. So there's contemporary colors. There are rural looking buildings. There are, a combination of different roof styles to influence the project or to influence the design. The gable roofs on the two major buildings are designed in the manner that they are to maximize the area for solar panels, so that we can get as close as possible to net zero energy consumption. The flat roof areas gave us the opportunity to put the mechanical equipment on the roof and hide it and keep it off the ground and keep it not only secure, but keep it architecturally more pleasant. The other portion, you know, the heights of the buildings were designed in with input from Ian Hardage in regards to, you know, accessibility for fire equipment. And so that influenced the heights of these buildings. What also, you know, in regards to the combination of the different roofs, it helped to break up the elevations and to create more interest. So by having a combination of flat roofs, gable roofs, we are able to create a more interesting design. The scale of the buildings are longer and narrower normally than due to the width of the site. So we wanted to create more interest. There's a combination of stucco, horizontal and vertical siding in a combination of muted earth tones and bright accent colors, which also, you know, helps alleviate the boldness of the massing. There's been some shed roof elements created at the first floor to identify the entries on the two three-story buildings, and that shed roof design is followed through and the main office building to continue that design element through the project. I will now turn it over to Phil. So unmute Phil, and then he'll explain the affordability and the potential tenancy of this project.
Sure. Thank you, Lauren, and thank you to the board for taking the time to consider this project here tonight. Connor, if you would advance the presentation to slide 5.
I was going to ask about that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. We'll jump around here a little bit. Your presentation certainly covered a lot of material out of sensitivity for everyone's time tonight. We'll try not to overlap too much. One slide prior to this, please. So here's our project site. The project will consist of 12 one-bedroom units, 24 two-bedroom units, 13 three-bedroom units available to our affordable housing tenants. The 14th three-bedroom unit will be reserved for an on-site manager. The project will be serving residents earning between 30 and 60% of the HUD-defined area median income. On our one-bedroom units, there'll be approximately a 598 square foot one bedroom. Incomes on these residents will be earning somewhere between $26,190 and $52,380. We have two-bedroom floor plans at 720 and 751 square feet. Residents in these units will be earning between $31,410 and $62,820 annually. And in our three-bedroom units, we've got both a 930 square foot floor plan as well as a 1,000 square foot floor plan. Residents in the three-bedroom units would be earning approximately $36,300 up to $72,600. Those income amounts are based on today's range. The incomes do increase and decrease every year, and we will be determining the actual income limits upon completion of the project. As we mentioned, there will be an on-site manager living on the property. The property will be professionally managed by FPI Management Company. They are intimately experienced with both the city of Santa Rosa as well as housing communities similar to Stony Point with the affordability components to them. If we can move ahead 2 slides. Quick high level just to help illustrate for everyone, we do have the bifurcation of the general plan land uses. Moving forward on the next slide. High level site plan here. We will be providing a robust resident services program. Stony Point is not solely intended to provide affordable homes. It is also intended to enrich the lives of the folks that call Stony Point Flats their home. We will have a large resident services program. Connor, if you'll move ahead 2 slides here. Some of the amenities that will be included in the interior space, the indoor amenities will be a community room, tech center. With these spaces, we'll be doing programs such as after-school homework club, computer programming skills. There will be an office for a social services coordinator to come on site and help tenants with areas that they may be able to benefit in their lives. And if you would move forward 1 additional slide, Connor, gives a good overview here of the outdoor amenity spaces as well. So on the right side of our screen, we see the office and community building. This will be the primary leasing center. We'll also contain the clubhouse and the tech center that we mentioned. Moving out, we will have a patio barbecue area. Between the clubhouse and this outdoor patio, we will hold events such as potlucks, holiday dinners, community-oriented events to bring a sense of togetherness amongst the 50 households living on the site. Moving to the middle, we are planning on a swimming pool for outdoor recreation. And as we move on to building B, here we will have pool mechanics in this building on the 1st floor, as well as our bike storage, central laundry facilities. And then on the 2nd floor of that building will be 2 3-bedroom units. And further down the site, after building B there, we have our outdoor multi-sport court area, as well as a tot lot area to allow for outdoor recreation. As we move through, Connor, you can move through the next slides. They will illustrate the points that Lauren was making earlier in regards to the architectural style. If you will move two slides forward. This rendering here gives a good illustration of the combination of the rural and the contemporary, as well as the mixture of roof composition. The flat roofs were really key in including all of the mechanical systems that are needed on these buildings, and then the slope roofs were necessary to house the photovoltaic solar panels, which are illustrated on the next slide. Moving through to the landscape plan. One more slide. We've illustrated our landscape plan here, making sure that we are planting appropriately. Our landscape architect, Justin Heacock, is available and on our meeting here tonight to answer any questions as it pertains to the landscape plan. Moving forward a slide, illustration of our civil plan. We are adjacent to the Roseland Creek. We are taking every precaution within this project to ensure that the trail along that creek is not disturbed. We will be keeping our development processes solely within the boundary lines of the parcel. The parcel will be elevated up and out of the 100-year FEMA floodplain. Retaining walls will be built and installed along the property line. And then moving forward, we have a handful of street views and one more slide after that. Our trip generation, we have conducted a traffic impact analysis for the project, which has determined that there's no impact from the project greater than was initially intended in the general plan for Stony Point Road. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, everybody, for your time, consideration, and we're happy to take any questions.
I'd like to thank their presentation on the conceptual design review as proposed. I've got some additional direction from city staff regarding public comment. Basically, we're going to give everybody who would like to speak 2 minutes, and it'll be 2 minutes uninterrupted. And then if you run over, your mic will be turned off at that point. So 2 minutes for everyone. And then I would like to reiterate again, please make sure that your comments are pertinent to the design of the project and elements that are germane to our purview. Please exclude land use and CEQA if you can. I mean, if you'd like to speak on that briefly, you're more than welcome to, but just know that it's not information that we have the authority over at this time. So I'd like to open public comment on this project, and it's looking like we're getting some raised hands. And so we're going to grant everybody 2 minutes of public comment. And Patty, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Weigel. And I will click on hands in the order they show up on the screen. The first one is Ryan Schwab. I have given you the ability to unmute, and you can speak when you're ready.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan. One other thing. Please say your name and your location to the project. If you live like to the north or the south, just to help us give some context. Thanks so much. Sorry about that.
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. My name is Ryan Schwab. Some of you probably remember me from the first meeting. My kitchen windows and my bedroom windows look over the parcel that's set to be developed, particularly the one proposed for North Point Parkway, but I also am looking out right now into the scenic sheep pasture as we're speaking. So out of anybody, I do know what both parcels have to offer the community. So most of my design concerns are going to focus on that. The frogs, the tigers, salamanders, hawks, egrets, foxes, turkeys, all the other animals. Community is very concerned with this parcel being developed. So I am hoping that the designs can be redrawn so we can preserve and spare the 1/10 of an acre of seasonal wetland that is on the property. The Hearn Stony Point project, the 142 unit project, they redrew it in order to save the oak trees on the property. I'm hoping we can do that with the seasonal wetland. They are cutting down 12 trees, some of them heritage trees, including oaks and redwoods. I am hoping they will replant that and more, part for the animals that call the area home, a lot of birds of prey. Hopefully we're getting a tree line for privacy as well and sound mitigation. Also, this property is all hardscape. We're looking for some sort of additional greenery and a green belt, permeable pavers in order to assist with runoff concerns into the beautiful Roseland Creek. We want the buildings to be stucco tile roofs to fit in with the area. That's what all our homes are. And also, I want to touch on parking real quick. I know there's some laws with it, but there is one other collaboration between Integrity and Phoenix that's called Ortiz Family Apartments. There's very few. I'm wrapping up. Give me 20 more seconds, I promise. There is
unfortunately Brian, thank you for your Brian. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it, but we said we'd give everybody 2 minutes. If there's someone else perhaps that lives in your household that could comment for you on that those other items, we could do that. So Patty, let's move on to the next person, please.
Okay, Chair Weigel, we have next Stephen Hunter. And Mr. Hunter, I have given you the ability to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with the discussion earlier about the North Point Parkway extension. I think that I've got pretty good evidence that a previous subdivision design used the tangent and the beginning of the curve radius in their design is very clear because the sound wall changes to a privacy fence. I'm not going to waste any more time on that, but I think it's very clear that I have the case there. I'd like to talk about the 70-foot tall eucalyptus that's now being removed because of the relocated North Point Parkway extension. I disagree with that. I think that 70-foot eucalyptus is one of the most majestic things in this area. By far the tallest tree. It houses 2 red-tailed hawks along with hundreds of other birds, and it's an absolute treasure to this neighborhood. Let me talk very briefly because I'm so limited on time. I think that there's actually a legitimate concern that what we should do for this project is conditionally have the developer improve North Point Parkway so that they can have access to a signalized intersection and not force all of the traffic leaving this development to go right northbound on Stony Point Road and a forced U-turn to go south on Giffen. There's a school there. There's a lot of concern about that. It doesn't make sense. It's bad planning. It should, North Point Parkway should be conditional to this project. I'm also concerned about the balconies, potential noise. I'd like to see no chain link fences. I'd like to see taller trees for screening. I'd also like to see stucco exterior to match the rest of the area. And I have another neighbor that couldn't be here today who specifically wanted me to mention that she's afraid of people loitering behind her house due to increased access to the trail.
Mr. Hunter, I'm sorry, your 2 minutes is up. I apologize. We have to move on to the next person. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them.
Okay. Next, we have Aaron Reinberg, and you have been given permission to unmute when you're ready.
Hi, good evening. I'm Erin Reinberg. I am in the northeast quadrant along Burbank Avenue. My property butts up to the creek right across the creek from here. And my design concerns with this project is building height. I do think it is out of place with the surrounding areas and that the height does need to be addressed and lowered down. In line with some environmental impacts for the creek, I am strongly urging that permeable pavers be used throughout the entire property and that there's no hardscape concrete or asphalt in the parking areas. That helps with both rain and environmental preservation. I also want to see fence heights raised around this property, especially in good neighbor fences of 8 to 10 feet with mature trees planted along these fence lines as well. I would like to see all trees on there preserves, especially our heritage oaks and redwoods. And as Ryan said, if we can mitigate that wetlands area similar to what other projects have already done, that would be greatly appreciated. I do have concerns with the design of the traffic and making sure that there's a safe in and out for the residents there. And just again, going back to the design concept, I would like to see hardy board siding applied. This is a fireproofing material that will help everybody. And I also want to just, again, reiterate that we need to have tall trees, tall fences, and lower the height of this building so that it's in line with the surrounding areas. If this project moves forward, I am against this project, and I would like my comments recorded in full and not summarized as they've been done before. Thank you.
All right, Patty, let's move. Actually, Patty, real quick, just out of curiosity, when we record the minutes, what's the city's policies? It's called action minutes, right? Is that correct?
The city's policy is for action minutes, and typically to be in line with city council, we would normally say opposes or supports a project. I usually put a little more detail. The videos available online on the city website and also on YouTube. But the city policy is for action minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying. I wanted to answer that question real quick because I knew the city had a policy on how minutes are taken. So anyway, let's move on to the next person, please. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Luke Lindenbush, and you can unmute when you're ready.
Thank you very much and good evening. My name is Luke Lindenbush, commenting on behalf of Generation Housing, a nonprofit housing advocacy organization formed first and foremost to address housing affordability in Sonoma County. I'm here to express our support for Stony Point Flats Apartments. This will deliver 50 homes to households making below 60% of area median income. To be perfectly frank, this is who needs housing most. And I want to just say thank you to Integrity Housing and Phoenix Development. Project for Working Families is rising currently at Dutton and 3rd. We see it when we drive by or walk by. This is the same team making that happen. So Phoenix Development and Integrity Housing Company have a history in Santa Rosa that is currently being delivered and that promises to be delivered effectively with this project. I also want to say thank you to Planner McKay and city staff for addressing community concerns on environmental impacts. We're confident in the applicant and the city's proven track record in providing 100% affordable housing that is also built in consideration of environmental needs and that of a thriving community as well. Generation Housing appreciates the Design Review Board and members of the public as well for any recommendations that understand the need in particular for affordable design solutions that will allow for this affordable housing development to bring the homes that are really desperately needed in our community. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay, next we have Nick Reinberg, and you can unmute when you're ready.
Thank you for your time. First, I would like to address what to me appears to be a Brown Act violation. Well, I appreciate the city's candor in adding the late document to the agenda today, and I understand that the city's opinion on that and point on that is that since there's no decision being made here, that it doesn't constitute a Brown Act violation. I respectfully disagree, and I just want to ensure that that point is on the record. I am against this project for various reasons, including environmental impacts. Unless the CEQA proves me wrong, of course, but without the CEQA, my understanding is that this will impact the tiger salamanders, and I would appreciate if once that comes out, we can readdress some potential design flaws that might be impacting the endangered species, tiger salamanders and everything. So I digress on that point. Some additional design elements that I think would be helpful is the hardy board siding as well that was mentioned earlier. I would also like to just see some additional color onto this, maybe some earthy greens introduced as well to the color palette. I appreciate the colors that are done to, blend in with the environment a little bit. So this way it's not this bright monstrosity that's out there. I also have concerns over ADA with access to some of the upper stories for members of the public who might not be able to traverse stairs. It didn't seem like in the design plan here that there was anything to address that. So I was wondering if elevators were considered or going to be considered into this for allow access for people to get up to the higher elevations. As well as I also am against the height. I would like to see it be conforming to the neighborhood of 2 stories, not 3. I understand that there's problems with that, of course. Let's see, I'm also, as everybody else, I am concerned also about the permeable pavers being put in and preservation of the water table that is in the area for those of us who draw on well, and also for the preservation of the creek that is behind the project. And I believe those are the main concerns I have. I also do have some concerns over the traffic. I worry that the traffic study was done during COVID when traffic on Stony Point was not accurately pertaining to what is normally on Stony Point, and that there could be potential fire evacuation hazards should 100 people or more be input to this place while not having adequate ingress and egress to facilitate evacuations. Thank you for your
time. Right, thank you, Mr. Reinberg. Patty, next comments.
Okay, next we have Jennifer, and you have the ability to unmute when you are ready.
Hi there. I am against this project entirely. And for some of the reasons most of the reasons that are environmental, the hardscape construction will not allow rainwater to penetrate into the ground, and our groundwater storage is greatly depleted. What about Roseland Creek? I happen to be a creek steward, and I've been cleaning up garbage in the Colgan Creek and the Roseland Creek for many years now. And it's really bad downstream from this area. It's just going to get worse with this big development. And what about endangered species? You know, the habitat is going to be destroyed of these beautiful snakes, turtles, egrets, hawks, tiger salamanders, especially by putting all this backfill soil on top of seasonal wetlands. What about the traffic concerns, especially in times of evacuation? And I agree, I'm concerned that the traffic study was done during COVID, and that doesn't reflect normal conditions, and especially only having a single evacuation option. That is a really bad idea. There should not be a single evacuation option. And also I'm concerned about the egress and ingress to this area, with only being able to get there by going north on Stony Point, and not being able to, you know, having to do a U-turn somewhere on Stony Point if you're going south. That's going to create a lot of traffic backup. And I drive that road regularly. And it's pretty bad. So my time is up, I see, and I hope you do not approve this project. I'm totally against it.
Okay, next we have Ryan Schwab, and you can unmute.
Yeah, I just want to, Patty, I just want to clarify if that's someone else that's not Ryan, perhaps in his house. Can we clarify that?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to give our final minute if there wasn't enough speakers. If you want to disregard me right now, I'll accept that. But if there is time to speak again, I would like to speak briefly again. So it's up to you if you want me to speak now or later.
We'll see where we get here, Mr. Schwab. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next person. It looks like Elizabeth Vasquez, Patty.
Yes. And Elizabeth, you can unmute and speak when you are ready.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Vasquez, and I live on the 3.6 acre parcel adjacent to this project, just to the north. And I have a lot of concerns about it, particularly I'm afraid that I will be inundated if there's any rain at all coming. We had problems with the city when they widened Stony Point Road and raised the level of the road about by 5 feet. In the process, they also put in a long driveway in the adjacent property. And between that and a barrier that they put in, I flooded. As a result, I lost a huge oak tree and a gigantic cypress that was over 80 feet because they were mired in mud. And the city tried to pump the water with a machine all night long to try to save my property, but they couldn't. And ultimately, I had to remove both trees, costing me over $10,000. So I really have a lot of concerns. The city couldn't meet the needs for the drainage that I required, and I certainly don't think that this project is going to make my problem any better. I really feel like I will be having a lakefront property. So I give up my last 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. All right, Patty, it looks like Stephen Hunter is got his hand up, but I believe he already spoke, unless perhaps there is another individual person that is not him that wants to speak on his account. That will be acceptable, I think. Is that the case? Can we confirm that?
Yes, if several people are in a household, everybody can speak. And we do have Stephen Hunter's comments on record. And I see another raised hand. Oh, Elizabeth Vasquez hand is up. Okay, so it looks like everyone who has had a raised hand has spoken. And some more raised hands went up. We have George. And George, I've given you the ability to unmute and speak when you're ready.
Yeah, my name is George I. And I'd just like to speak today in favor of this development. You know, as a city, we are, well, actually, I guess first I'll say where I live. I live here in Rosa and lived here all my life. And while I understand that the neighborhood is changing and there's strong opposition, I am strongly in favor of this project. I think 50 units there of affordable housing, and not just affordable housing, but affordable housing with services is something that is pretty unique here to Santa Rosa. And I think it's a great idea. I think it's going to enable our young families to be able to, you know, to have that solid foundation of having affordable housing and of having services. If indeed what the developer is promising is all true. So I think this is a great idea. We should really go forward with it. And at the same time, I grew up here and I understand the concern that traffic's going to be a little bit crazy. That Rosen Creek is a beautiful creek. I walk it myself almost every other day. And I really hope it's not impacted in any negative way, because that is kind of a little unknown gem of this area. And finally, I think some effort should be made to see if there could be more parking. I've gone to a lot of affordable housing. I've seen a lot of affordable housing go up here in Santa Rosa, particularly in Roseland. And, you know, I'm all for it. But at the same time, parking situation is very difficult to live with for those neighbors who live in the surrounding areas. And so if that can be addressed up front, I think that'd be a great idea. And then finally, I like to say that if this is the property I think it is, there's a problem with sometimes people just dump their trash there. And if the developer owns their land, I would really like to see them, you know, take care of the property right now before they develop it, start cleaning it up, because it can be an eyesore. So again, I'm strongly in favor. I hope this goes through, but I do hear the concerns, and I hope the developer can address them as well as they can. So thank you.
Thank you. Patty, it looks like we have perhaps Lizette Burtis. But before we go to Lizette, I want to, since public comment's been very respectful of our requests, I just want to give a quick straw poll to the board here to see if they're willing to grant an additional minute to those folks that may want an additional minute. What do you guys think? Just give me a thumbs up on video if you're cool with that. I got a thumbs up from Michael, Henry, Adam, John. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to Lizette, Patty, and then we'll circle back to Mr. Hunter and Mr. Schwab, I believe, for an additional minute with them. And then we'll see where we are. That sounds like a plan.
Okay, Lizette has been given the ability to unmute. You can speak when you're ready.
Yeah, good evening. I live here very close to the project site, and I just want to be on the record tonight stating that I share a lot of the concerns that have already been raised by the speakers tonight. And I've worried about the environment, you know, the traffic, safety, evacuation, just the whole range. I think this is not the best place for this project. And I also want to say that Stephen Hunter's wife would like to speak.
Thank you, Lizette, for your time. So Patty, let's go to Stephen Hunter there, because it sounds like his wife. So we'll do 2 minutes for her, and then we'll circle back and we'll do the additional minute for Mr. Schwab and Mr. Vasquez. And then I guess if Mr. Hunter wants an additional minute as well, we can do that as well. Sound
Okay, I am Mr. Hunter. Your wife can unmute anytime.
This is Jamie, and I did unmute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So my concern is that within a 900 feet radius, there's going to be 4 of these affordable housing complexes. There's North Point Village, there's the Stony Point Flats, there's the Panis Place, and then the other proposed Stony Oaks. I don't know when the traffic study was done, and I hope that it wasn't done during the pandemic, because we get an awful lot of traffic. That school gets a lot of traffic for drop off and pickup time. I see that it could be a very dangerous situation with people rushing to and from getting to work or wherever their destinations are. I have a concern that my street might be used as kind of a way to U-turn or have cars drive down and our children play out on our cul-de-sac shared driveway. It just seems like that certain points of the day now, traffic is horrendous, and without having a specified lane for people to pull in and out, it seems like that it's not only dangerous for fire hazard if there's an evacuation, but also for just accidents happening and traffic blocking up all the way down Hearn and up to Stony Point. And it would be nice if there was not a chain link fence, if there was something a little more appealing, like some trees. If trees are going to be removed, it would be, ideal to replace what's being removed with new growth.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, thank you for your comments. So let's go to Mr. Schwab and just give him an extra minute as he asked. On the clock there.
Yeah,
on the shot clock.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, thank you again. I just want to touch on parking. I saw that there's not a parking study being done. There is only one other collaboration that I know of that's complete between Integrity and Phoenix. That's called Ortiz Family Apartments in northern Santa Rosa. There's just a couple Google reviews, 3 or so. The most prolific one says, my family has asked for maintenance of the apartment equipment multiple times to no avail. The parking spots are not taken care of correctly, as a lot of residents are forced to park their cars elsewhere because the manager doesn't try to solve the issue. Our street's very, very blocked up already. We're just very concerned that there is not enough parking in this project. So I'm just advocating for maybe less units, more greenery, and more parking. I know it's hard to balance those two out, but instead of maximizing space, we should do those two things. Also, Lorna is trying to raise her hand and she is unable to get through. Do you see a Lorna with her hand raised by any chance?
Yeah, I've seen that pop up and down a couple of times.
Okay.
And I thought maybe somebody was having a problem. But Patty, that's Lorna McBade, it looks like.
Yeah, she's trying to speak. Lorna, can you raise your hand so you can speak, please? And then thank you. Thank you for granting the extra minute. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Let's try to see if we can get Lorna sorted, Patty. But then can we do Elizabeth an extra minute for Elizabeth Vasquez now, please?
Okay. Ms. Vasquez has been given the ability to unmute. And you can unmute and speak when you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Thank you.
I wanted to address the issue of the North Point Parkway extension. I purchased the property a couple of weeks before a public hearing regarding the development of the industrial park. And this extension of the North Point Parkway through my property was supposed to provide access for thousands and thousands of cars that would be going to work at this North Point Industrial Park that was supposed to be the biggest industrial park in Sonoma County. And it was a total failure. When the city was widening Stony Point Road about 5 years ago, one of the people from the city told me that I needed to just have that road removed from the plans, because the city would never build that road. And it sounds sort of like it's moving in that direction, but that's just a little bit of background for you.
Thank you very much. So it looks like we just have Stephen Hunter for his additional minute. It looks like there's two Lorna McBades, and perhaps she's still having an issue. Oh, there we go. We got the hand raised there now. So maybe we can try to unmute Lorna McBade and give her 2 minutes, Patty. Can we try that?
Okay. Lorna, you can unmute and speak when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Lorna McBade. I would like 2 minutes, please. I want to thank the board members for their sensitivity to the aesthetics and the compatibility for surrounding neighborhoods. I would beg to differ that this is quote unquote a contemporary rural blend. It looks very contemporary to me. I like the aesthetics, but it would be so much better in an urban environment. Right now, I believe that it is a very obtrusive monolithic structure, and the chartreuse colors are very bright. The 3 stories is going to, and I appreciated the members' comments before about the other building being 50 feet high and dwarfing the other surrounding areas. I believe that this building will do the same. It will dwarf the 2-story structures that are adjacent. And so I'm suggesting that if they want to do 50 units, they take the pool out because we're in a drought, and lower the 3 stories to 2. Also, I'm concerned about a chain link fence going around a property. It's going to make it look like a blighted area. In my last comment, I asked for a sound wall and trees, but only the sound wall was mentioned in my comments. I appreciate that there should be many more trees along the north and eastern sides along the perimeter for sight and sound barrier. That parking lot lighting is going to glare right into the adjacent parcels. So I'd like to know what mitigation is being done for headlights and parking light glare into the surrounding neighbors. Fencing is an issue. I would like to see some really beautiful fencing, at least 10 feet high. Graffiti abatement is part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBade. I'm glad we were able to get your comments in. Sorry you had some technical difficulties there. So I think at this time, the last hand I'm seeing is Stephen Hunter, and we'll give him an additional minute.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, you can unmute when you're ready.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm just going to use my last minute to try and cover a few of the things that I didn't get to earlier. I think that I think that there's definitely
Mr. Hunter, can you take a quick pause here? It looks like we lost our timer.
Yeah, sorry, this is one of the hosts. We just lost our feed. If you can hold on a second.
So yeah, one sec. We'd love for your comments, but we need the little timer up there on the screen. Thanks. And Mike, can you mute Mr. Schwab and Ms. Vasquez as well while you're working this out? Thanks.
We're good to go.
All right, thanks so much. So we're going to set the clock here for 60 seconds, and then we're going to go back to Mr. Hunter.
Okay, I just need a moment to find.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right. So this project is immediately north of Roseland Creek. There's a trail along Roseland Creek that's frequented by daily walkers, children, people riding their bikes. Since we've been social learning distancing, I have been walking my own children along that creek trail at least once a day. if possible, and I want to make sure that that trail is preserved in this project, and if anything, it's only improved. Also, I want to make sure that in front of this house, in front of this structure, because it's being built on a 4-foot building pad to get it out of the floodway, and then 39 feet on top of that, if the more screening trees we have in front of it, the better. And ideally, balconies would just be on the south side, but that's just a request. Gosh, my time runs out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hunter. We appreciate your comments. So at this time, I just want to do one more double check, make sure we don't have any other hands raised for public comment. And if someone has already spoken and you'd like an additional minute, we'd be more than happy to grant that to you. But I just want to make one more pass here through our public comments. It looks like Ms. McBade would like an additional minute, and maybe Mr. Reinberg as well. So Patty, can we go with Ms. McBade first, and then Mr. Reinberg?
Okay, Ms. McBade, you can unmute and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm just really concerned about the fact that there's a pool being placed in this property during a very high drought time. I would like to really appeal to the board's sensibilities about the pool issue. Parking is another very big concern of mine. There is a lack of parking. You have only 97 spots for over 100 residents. And Sonoma County has 2.4 as an average per household. The overflow parking normally would go along a street. In this case, Stony Point and North Point Parkway do not allow parking. So the overflow would have to go into the adjoining neighborhood, which already has a very large problem with inadequate parking. So I would like the developer and the board to very much consider this parking issue as sensitivity to the adjoining neighborhood.
Okay, Chair Weigel. Next, we have Nick Reinberg. You can unmute and speak when you're ready.
The only thing I really have to say is I would like to notify the board and that I appreciate all of the efforts that Connor McKay has put in over the past couple of weeks with all of the emails from the public and the responses that he's provided. It's really appreciated considering some of the interactions that we've had in the past, that some of us have had in the past with other colleagues from the department that has not been gone as well, I should say. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reinberg. So at this time, I think I'd like to close public comment, seeing no more hands raised. And we'll bring it back to the board here for some questions and comments of applicants and staff. But I wanted to just in an effort to try to expedite some of the comments, I heard a couple of comments that were, I think we can give some really quick answers to based on either something that maybe is in the zoning code or something that's, could be easily answered. So I just, I wanted to kind of go through those really quickly, and then we'll turn it over to the board. But so for the first one I heard is I heard a lot of commentary about the building height. So Connor or Bill, what is the max height in this zoning district? I believe it's 35 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's the R318 zoning district, and there is actually a discrepancy between the printed version of the zoning code and the digital version that makes it a little bit hard to decipher where that vertical line bisects the 35-foot and 45-foot max height, but we have determined that 45 feet is the maximum height for this property.
Okay, so that hopefully answers some questions about building height. So in theory, this project could go to 45 feet, it sounds like, based on the zoning. Another item I heard was about fences in terms of height of fences. And I'm going to try to take a stab at this one. I believe 8 feet is the maximum height as permitted within the zoning code with a 6-foot good neighbor fence and a 2-foot lattice. And then an additional high fence could be approved by the DRB. I believe that's correct. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes, that is correct. The additional height would require a minor conditional use permit, is eligible for density bonus, and density bonus does provide for incentives and concessions. The project also complies with the inclusionary housing ordinance, and incentives and concessions would be delivered through that. So those incentives and concessions can be to development standards and request modifications of development standards.
Correct. Actually, that was going to be my next question to the applicant, or perhaps to staff, is that I believe in the documentation provided to us from the applicant, the concessions that they're pursuing are an additional unit and a parking reduction. Is that correct? At this time, it could change, but.
Sure. We don't have a request for density bonus at this point in time. We needed the parcel survey to be able to complete the density analysis, and then staff will return through the process of a notice of incomplete application to make that density bonus application request as needed.
Yeah, I guess I was referring, there's a summary of density bonus in their project narrative where they were asking for an additional unit and then the parking. So that's why I thought I'd ask the question at least.
Okay.
Because I think it's important for the public to understand that if the developer wants to take in concession, which is a parking reduction, that is permitted by state law, correct? That's a state law, which then is reinforced with a local ordinance and zoning code. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so wanted to get those answered. Let's see here. The ADA access, there's a question about ADA access. I believe in the building code this is addressed. A certain percentage of the units have to be accessible and they can be located on the ground floor. I think that's right. So there would be that would be as part of the building permit process to determine if there was the adequate amount of accessible units. And if they weren't meeting that would require a redesign.
That's correct. I believe it's a percentage of unit type. So correct, yes. A percentage of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units would have to be accessible, and those could be located on the ground floor.
Correct. And then I guess the last thing I heard, two things. They had a question on parking lot lighting. That's a design review stipulation on all projects. We covered that in the last project. Your light can't spill out from your project. And then the creek trail, I believe during the applicant's presentation, they stated that they would be preserving the creek in some fashion. So I think those are the biggest notes I had to try to answer the public's comments.
Weigel, I had two other what I thought were sort of low-hanging fruit that hopefully the applicant can answer. There's a lot of concern about runoff from the property. I'm certain that there are provisions within the code that are going to address the runoff. Maybe that would be a good thing to talk about just to cure for that. And as well, the subject about hoping for hardy plank, which I'm guessing that the applicant is using a fire resistant material for that vertical and horizontal siding. Those would be two more things just quickly that I noted that would be really simple to solve with an answer from the applicant or from the department.
Yeah, I agree with you, Board Member Birch. Can we either maybe Andy Bordessa, the civil engineer on the drainage, could answer the drainage, and then Lauren Brueggemann could answer the material. It looked like it was all hardy siding, but it doesn't say it explicitly.
Quick note before we call on those people. This project will also be reviewed by the Waterways Advisory Committee, who will provide their own input on the project as it relates to compliance with the city's creek master plan, zoning code regulations for creekside development, and general plan policies related to floodplain and drainage.
Okay, so if we could get maybe the civil engineer real quick and maybe the applicant on the hardy siding, get that answered real quick.
Hi, this is Andy Bordessa, Civil Design Consultants. Can you all hear me?
We can. Thanks, Andy.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, regarding the drainage, I think it has been mentioned by someone from the public that the site will be raised based on my calculations about 2 feet to raise it above the 100-year flood elevation. The drainage, well, there are provisions already in place pertaining to LID development that will require us to retain on site basically the 2-year storm event and have that water infiltrate back into the ground. There's also Cal Green requirements that will require our surface parking to be at a minimum of 20% permeable. So those provisions are already in place, and the project design will meet those provisions.
Cool. Thank you very much. And then I guess a quick answer on the siding, if it's all hardy, from maybe Lauren or somebody else from his team.
Sure. This is Phil Wood. I'll jump in here. Yes,
okay.
Go ahead, Lauren.
No, go ahead.
You're correct. The assumption that we are looking at hardy plank and stucco.
Well, we're looking at using cement fiberboard. There's like 3 or 4 different, I don't want to say hardy plank because we may use whatever, but we will be using cement fiber impregnated siding in both a lap and in a panel. And then there'll be some stucco accents.
Cool. Thank you so much. Yeah. There's Hardy, Nichiha, Boral. I mean, that's just 3. There's like at least 6, I think. American fiber cement. Anyway, so I'd like to bring it back to the board. Questions and comments on the project. And I'd like to start with board member Wicks. He's in the hot seat tonight.
With Wicks as the last name, I'm so used to going last. You're waking me up early. Chairman Weigel, thank you. Thank you to the applicant team for working with a long, narrow, difficult site. I think you've done an excellent job with utilizing it. I think a lot of the public comments that we heard about from an environmental side of things will obviously shake out during the CEQA process as you move forward with the project. The characterization of the rural meets contemporary, I think for me it does ring true, but I see a little bit too much rural in it for my architectural tastes. I think it's well done on the actual housing units, the 3-story units. I think the blend of contemporary meeting rural works really well on the 2 residential buildings. Where it falls down for me is on the pool house building and the leasing office. If we could get slide A6.0 to come up. Kind of like to speak to a picture, and I'd love to be back in the chamber and having a laser pointer to articulate my comments a little bit with the picture.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, can you specify which presentation you're referring to?
I think I've got.
You want the design plans.
Number 4 design review package.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the design plans. Attachment 4, I think is what Henry wants.
One sec, sorry.
While you're pulling that up, I just, the chain link fencing, if I could ask the applicant, are you considering something other than just industrial chain link fencing that when somebody says chain link, that's kind of the envision that evokes in my head would hog wire with wood posts or some other post setup? Is that in consideration? And I think I could appreciate having the open space to the creek from the unit side. I can't see, I'm having trouble visualizing an 8-foot, 10-foot, 12-foot tall fence that was solid board and good neighbor of any kind. I think not taking advantage of looking at the creek would.
We are looking at the whole fencing issue. In my mind, and I'll let any other design team speak up, but we definitely do not want to put fencing along the creek. I think that'll be obtrusive. We're really looking at now not doing any fencing and just do landscape divisions along the property edges. I think that's more appropriate. Some of those considerations, I think we're definitely looking at and trying to soften the edges. I'd be I think putting up an 8 or 10 foot wall, I don't know. I think it defeats the whole purpose of community, but I'll leave that up to the discretion of the board.
Yeah, Planner McKay, do you know where the closest bus stop is as well for public transit access?
Off the top of my head, I do not, but I can find that out for you.
There's actually there's a park on Hearn, not too far from the site, that actually is like a bus transfer area. It's right in the park in the cul-de-sac. I also believe there's busing on Stony Point. Phil, I think you've done the research on the bus traffic on Stony Point. Can you speak to that?
Yes, and I want to verify this where I want to say it's within a quarter mile.
It looks like there's a.
Are you talking about that bus transfer cul-de-sac, or?
If we're talking about specifically about bus stops, 415 feet to the south is to the south on Stony Point Road is a bus stop.
Okay, one kind of related to that, and where I'm going with it is the parking ratio at 1.78 seems very reasonable. Do you have a statistic on numbers of cars that is typically rented by per unit, or something that justifies, lower income people tend to, in my experience, tend to take transit versus having 2 or 3 cars in a household. So
yes, I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that. And we see many of our communities, our households are sharing a vehicle as well. And our parking, there was a count error. On the first sheet, we have 97 parking spaces across 50 units. If we parked to the city's affordable housing code for a multifamily affordable housing project, the requirement for that would be 88 parking spaces. So we're actually, we are maximizing the parking that we can on this site and providing 97 parking spaces. So we're theoretically over parking, but.
Okay, so and then you verify car counts when you lease. So the number of parking spaces would be allocated equitably.
Yes, And on projects where parking is an issue, we will run a parking permit situation for the tenants. And many times we don't find the need for the administrative process, and we have ample parking.
Okay, great.
And then I have the, I believe it was sheet A 6.2 of the design plans. Is that correct, Board Member Witz?
Yeah, actually, go to 6.3. I'll start off on a positive note and try to relate why I have a little bit of issue with the other two buildings and make a suggestion on how they might be improved, and I'm sure my other fellow board members have can jump on it if they feel the same, or if they disagree. I'd like to hear that too. But I like the integration of kind of rural meets contemporary in this, and maybe there's just more contemporary elements to it. There's some really nice push and pull. The gable ends are butted up to these block forms, so it takes a little bit of the that shallow pitched rural flavor that was popular in the 70s and 80s. Takes it away from it. I like the colors in this scheme, which in full sunlight, the darker chocolate brown lightens up a little bit for me, and in some of your 2D elevations, it feels too dark for my taste. So I like this size. I think the proportions work really well. And I wish that you could integrate some of this flavor into, if you just go up one slide, Planner McKay, to a 6.2. So the pool house in particular just has, your money shot one, let me go to leasing office, almost does it, but it's just this block cube stuck in the corner of a gable element and an offset gable element. And it's just feels a little awkward to me. And I think with a little bit of refinement, and I also want to say in all my comments, I want to be sensitive to costs and not try to add costs to a project that you're probably already on a tight budget, and the way lumber's skyrocketing, it's going to get really difficult for this to be built anytime soon. But the pool house building just looks out of place with the character of what I really like in your residential buildings beyond. And maybe it's just a matter of adding one of the contemporary green elements on the end and reworking that staircase. Look forward to hearing some of my other fellow board member comments about that particular building. Other than that, I think just to reiterate, I really like the good, well thought out site plan. I think long, narrow sites like this are difficult. And that's all I have for right now.
Let's go to board member Sharon.
Excellent, thank you. And thanks to the members of the public for their thorough comments. Very much appreciate the conversation. And yes, and I won't belabor a lot of what Henry has mentioned in his comments, but I agree. I like the combination of the rural and contemporary. And it is true with the two buildings that he mentioned. That's where it does fall a little bit short. And let's see some new comments or different comments. The rural aspect that you're going for, I feel almost is a little more mountainous than coastal and Sonoma County wise. This reminds me, at least the coloration that you've got with the deep dark browns, while they're pretty luscious, as Henry mentioned, they're coffee and chocolates, but they remind me of Forest Service land and Forest Service cabins, whereas I'm drawn more towards the dusky grays and of the coastal hills, coastal plant palettes, towards the golden hillsides around here. Look at Taylor Mountain and Annandale Park. You've got golds and greens, not deep dark browns, which I feel I think you're on the right track with having that be your design trope with the rural and the contemporary. But I think at least in terms of the color expression, and potentially some of the forms could be explored a little bit more. As Henry mentioned, also a linear site, very tricky to work with, especially when you've got the eastern end there lopped off for you. You've also got everything. You've maxed out the space really, really well, but everything is very much lined up linearly. And I think in terms of the site layout, I want a little bit, I want some play with that. And I think it could also be expressed in the buildings a little bit too. I think with the balconies, you could have, there's kind of a flat aspect to some of the buildings. You do have the entrances where it pops out a bit, but I feel like there could be more pops here and there. Maybe the balconies come out. And then expressing it into the site, it's really tricky because it's very narrow. But if there's some way to bring some roundness, some kind of bulbing out to some of the areas, the long sidewalk right down the middle, the very much all the buildings are lined up very, very in a singular line. I think there could be some way to move things around a little bit to create a little bit more of to contrast with the length of the site, to make it have a little bit more motion and rhythm. Glad to hear that you're thinking about you're wanting to keep the access to the creek open and no fencing there. Definitely no walls. I'm with you on that. The saying is, good fences make good neighbors, not good walls. So I think having that open, and I'm on the Waterways Advisory Committee, and so I'll be getting another look at this as it comes to us. I think that you're being sensitive to that you really don't want to mess with a public resource is really important as well too. So glad to hear that you're thinking about that. Looking to the north of the site, also glad that you're thinking, rethinking your fencing strategy. Obviously you got a lot of comments on that. I was going to talk about the fencing as well. And just, it does seem like it's sparse on that side, on the north side of the site. And thinking about, parking and cars coming in and out there, headlights, and having some way to buffer that on the other side. You've got the immediate neighbor, but then you also have all of the houses on the other side of that lot as well, and having however many cars pointing at that at night. It's a lot of headlights. And so I think some of that rhythm that I was talking about can also be brought in through use of trees. I know this is conceptual, but in your layout and your planting layout, the trees that you've got here, at least representationally, are pretty uniform. Really thinking bigger trees, having a mix of stature and in width, going with referencing the site of what's there, the trees that are actually there on site, and the native trees that are there too. We talked a little bit about that in the previous project, but the diversity of oaks is really important. And to wrap up my comments, also referencing the site, I think one of the things that you're hearing from a lot of the neighbors and from commenters in general is that this is a very important resource-rich area. Lots of fauna using this area, bird life, and in an urban area where more development is happening, where we need more development to be happening, which I support. I think you can also still reference what you are going to be changing the use of and making more human focused. And so I think bringing in some of that natural rhythm, really referencing the native plant palette. You mentioned that in the project description that you're going to be doing that, but I also see fan palms around the pool area, not very, Northern California, Sonoma County. I really want to see the native plant palette and really referencing what is there as well. This Laguna de Santa Rosa is a really important resource that's here. There is, I'll be really interested to see how the CEQA process plays out. There are important flora and fauna that are here. There's the Sebastopol meadow foam, which is endemic to the Laguna de Santa Rosa, endemic to seasonal wetlands in this Laguna de Santa Rosa. Seasonal wetlands are very much a vastly disappearing ecotype in Sonoma County and in the Santa Rosa Plain. And at least bringing in references to that, especially in the mitigation and especially with what will be found there. I think that's good. That can be not seen as a hindrance, but actually something that you can potentially highlight as well. You've got very linear biobeds, as you call them here, but your swales, your water retention, your water filtration, referencing being close to the creek there, make those more amorphous and sinuous to really reference this as a site of the Laguna de Santa Rosa, of the Santa Rosa Plain, and of seasonal wetlands in particular. You've got a lot of family amenities here. Your tot lot, the gathering areas, your family areas could be, bringing in some of the programming aspects of it too, referencing what is there, referencing what you're actually impacting with this site. Be really site specific. That's the main thing I would encourage, both with the choice of that rural and contemporary, but then also with some of the layout as well. I know that you're in concept and you're thinking about all these things, but keep pushing that, and we'll look forward to seeing how you guys iterate on this. I think the housing will be an asset, and okay, that should do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Let's go to Board Member McHugh. You're muted, John. Sorry.
No, that's okay. What's interesting to me is, as I sit and I listen to my fellow board members, and I don't disagree with anything that they've said. What's fascinating to me is we're talking about something that doesn't exist, and so we have a palette, and this palette is subject to the suggestions that we're bringing forward. I mean, from my perspective, I like the rural contemporary aspect of this. I like the design. I like the colors. I like what you're attempting to do. I think that this is a project that needs to happen. It's housing that we desperately need. And so when you're putting this together, I'm just hoping that you will take into consideration some of the comments the public has made, particularly with respect to design, not so much with respect to traffic, because I don't know any place in Santa Rosa where traffic isn't an issue. So I'm not really concerned about that, but I am hoping that you will spend a little time looking at the comments that are relative to the design of the project and see where you can incorporate those aspects so that it's more pleasing, if that's the right word to say, to the surrounding neighborhoods.
Cool. That it? Any more thoughts, John?
No, that would. I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Board Member Birch.
Yeah, I'm going to start with complimenting the applicant on bringing this project to this neighborhood. Affordable housing belongs in every neighborhood and every community. And to bring this housing to this neighborhood, this becomes a neighborhood asset. By having affordable housing in every neighborhood, in every community, it's not a change and a benefit to a few lives. It's a sea change for a community to begin to integrate people of all income levels, needs, issues, et cetera, together, and not have exclusive enclaves and neighborhoods. I know this is not, certainly not suggesting that this neighborhood has a comeuppance in any single way, but I think that this neighborhood could look at this as an asset and an opportunity to impact the overall health and well-being of the community by welcoming this project into their neighborhood. So that's always my thought on affordable housing. I hope the trend continues east. We'll see how it goes, but I want to compliment the applicant team on having the courage to envision this project and bring it forward. I really love the way that they've dealt with the long, narrow site. Adam, I hear your comments. One of the things that I actually like about this project is that instead of trying to bounce around too much, which can create a little bit of claustrophobia, I like that there's an openness, and I think that openness is that you give up a little bit maybe in some of the bumps and ins and outs. I hope that maybe mature landscaping and some other things would start to mitigate that issue. As far as the architecture goes, Henry stole everything I had to say. The pool building sort of turned in, I was feeling like camp with the pool right outside and the tall building with the, I was really feeling like I was going to get called into the camp director for some harebrained thing I did the night before at the dining hall. But again, the multifamily buildings, I think the integration of the contemporary and the rural, or the contemporary, and Henry referenced it a little bit more as kind of that 70s low pitch roof. In elevation, the low pitch roof of those tall buildings is really sort of jarring, but you realize that your view is always to a portion or a piece. So there's a nice suggestion of that form mixed with the contemporary, and then you get the stucco pop outs, and I think you have a really successful formula. It just feels to me like the leasing building and the pool building are really unfinished and don't carry the same character. They're a little smaller. It's going to be tricky, but I do think that they need to come to the plate with the same game that the multifamily buildings do. So that was spot on, Henry, and I think across the board we're all seeing that. As far as fences go, I'm the 8 to 10 foot fence. I think that you'd have to realize that would be a more jarring impact to the neighborhood than the buildings that are set back on the property and have movement and form and light and shadow. And an 8 to 10 foot fence on the edge of this property is really going to be from your perspective from the street, it's going to be taller than the building. So you're going to look at a sound wall. And I think that is, again, Adam or Board Member McHugh said that. I think that's not a sense of community, or maybe the applicant did. So I think that the less fencing, the better. Find that sweet spot between site security that's real and the ability to keep the site open to the creek trail especially. And I think you've really hit the sweet spot. But I think this project is going to be a little gem over here in this area, and I appreciate what you guys have brought forward. A little touch up on the architecture, and get your CEQA work done, and make sure that you're right with CEQA. And I think this would be a fantastic project for Santa Rosa.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you and Henry. The pool building did feel like camp to me. Very much so. Very eloquently said. So something occurred to me about I think more appropriately the larger buildings. I think maybe all of them is I think what was bothering me in terms of the color palette was the shingle color is so very close to the siding color. And I'd like some contrast there between the roof and the siding, because it does feel kind of like a monotone chocolate mass. I would encourage the applicant to pursue a high albedo metal roof, particularly if you're going after a net zero building. Why not try to go after it and use materials that are more conducive to getting you into a better place with Cal Green and Title 24. So I would encourage that, and then you'll never have to touch your roof for 50 years instead of having to repair asphalt shingles in 10 years. Stair towers need a little bit of contrast between the stair towers and the brown. I actually really like the brown and kind of the lime green, but I'd love a little bit more contrast on that stair tower, like a third color, like a gray. I think like what Adam was saying. I think that might fix it. And then if you carry kind of those elements over into the pool building and the leasing center, and try to like take what's working so well on the large housing buildings to the smaller buildings, I think that they'll make them much more successful. Regarding fencing, I'm just going to touch on this. I don't think you need to eliminate the fences. I think you need to design the fences. So if you want fences, do fences, but design the fences. So, and make them characters to the show that is your project. If it's wood with hog wire, or if it's hollow metal HSS steel with wood slats or something, it could be anything, as long as it meets the character of your project. And then really the only last comment I had was parking. I really like the idea of covered parking, because it just seems to, I don't know, it reduces heat island potentially, but it's also an amenity. I know it costs money, but it may be something to look at. And then the idea of pervious paving, I think, is a really big critical element that we heard a lot from the public. I know that there are some hangups with that, particularly, you may have to over excavate to put in the proper drainage materials to make that work. And then there's a maintenance situation associated with permeable paving in terms of you got to kind of vacuum it out every once in a while. Otherwise, it's not going to drain properly. So there are some considerations there, but I think we did hear enough from the public about potential drainage situations in here that I would try to shy away from hardscape as much as humanly possible, whatever that means. And then I think that's it for my comments. I wanted to make sure I got all of the questions answered here. Oh, I did skip one. Ingress, egress of the property. Do we, I guess it's related to the traffic situation, but if the traffic engineer is gone, we can probably let it go, right?
Chair Weigel, I think we do still have Rob Sprinkle in the meeting.
I'm still here.
Great, thanks,
Okay.
Rob.
Yeah, just I think a quick answer, Rob, on kind of the North Point Parkway ingress, egress, and how that might all work. I think that would be that's the last comment I have on my list, and then we can wrap up.
So the traffic study isn't currently complete. I have seen a draft of it, and some of my comments I think will be addressing how to help facilitate the ingress and egress there. I'm proposing to widen the driveway a little bit more than the standard 26 foot, just to allow for ease of access and egress if there are cars waiting to turn right and waiting to come in, to make sure that flows well. The other item is that people are correct. You will have to U-turn either up at Giffen or down at Pear Blossom, where I'm proposing that the applicant consider putting in a U-turn lane to facilitate that as part of the overall operations for getting into and out of the property there.
Cool. So thank you very much, Rob. So with that, does anybody have any final comments that stirred when everybody else was talking?
Chair Weigel. There were also several of the members of the public were concerned about the traffic data that would be used in traffic analysis. We did look at the draft that Rob just mentioned that's under review. And it does say that the traffic counts were collected in 2019, provided on the city's website with approval from the city, and that traffic counts are then adjusted with an ambient growth rate of 1% per year to be representative of the year 2021. And then they also do another adjustment to look forward to opening year of 2022. So that's the data are pre-COVID data that are being used.
Cool. Thank you very much for that, Andrew. Okay, so if there are no other comments from the board. I did want to reiterate it's to the public and everybody else that it sounds like we're going to see this project again. So us, the design review board, as opposed to the zoning administrator. So there will be another opportunity for you to come back and share your thoughts with us. At which point that will fall under the public hearing, and 3 minutes that'll be the process like we would normally do. So I just would want to encourage everyone that spoke tonight, if you'd like to come back and share with us again, we'd love to have you. And Bill, do you have any closing thoughts on that?
Nope, I just wanted to reiterate what you were saying. That is all true. And I just wanted to offer a very sincere thanks to all the board members for your efforts tonight, all of your input. Drew, in particular, wonderful job. Appreciate everything, your leadership, and also to the public. The comments, as we requested, were really right on point and very helpful and very informative and meaningful to the discussion. So going forward, for any of the members of the public watching tonight, please continue to forward comments to Connor. We'll make sure they are in the record, and they will be part of the packet that goes back to the board when this item goes for action. So thank you, everyone. Job very well done.
Chair Weigel, I just wanted to quickly say, I didn't miss the comment, the very positive comment about Planner McKay's interaction with the public and his work on this project. And that makes all of our work easier when the public is treated with respect and taken care of by staff, and it makes this process easier for everyone. So I wanted to make sure that Planner McKay knew that we heard that comment and thank him for his job on this.
Yes, keep up the good work, Connor. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. So we'll close item 8.2 and leads us to item 9, which is adjournment. So everybody have a great Thursday evening and weekend, and we'll see you at our next regularly scheduled design review board meeting. Have a good one.
All right.
Thanks all.
Bye-bye.